Let us begin with a message from the director of the Institute of Classical Studies, Professor Catherine Hallow, who is at another conference in Berlin at the moment, and kindly asked me to read her address on her behalf. So, dear students, colleagues, friends, I'd like to welcome you all virtually to the Institute of Classical Studies and to the Byzantine Colloquium for 2022. It feels doubly strange to be offering some words of welcome to an event that is happening virtually rather than in person, and at which I cannot be present, even online. I'm sorry that my own research commitments, a conference in Berlin, mean that I have been unable to join you even via Zoom today. I'm grateful to Haralambos for being willing to pass on these words of mine, as well as for undertaking the organization with his colleagues of this year's colloquium. The Byzantine Colloquium has been a fixture of the ICS, the Institute of Classical Studies calendar, for nearly 3 decades. Established in the mid-1990s, the colloquium, along with the intercollegiate MA in Late Antique and Byzantine Studies, grew out of efforts between researchers in the constituent colleges of the University of London, especially at Royal Holloway, King's College London, and the University College London, to develop inter-institutional collaboration within Byzantine studies and to place London on the map as a center for Byzantine research. The colloquium has continued to flourish, often with the collaboration of international partners, as this year Royal Holloway has collaborated with the Society of Secret Studies and the Cyprus Committee for Byzantine Studies. I am delighted that the colloquium continues to be a highlight of the ICS regular academic program, as it epitomizes our mission to promote, support, and facilitate research collaboration among classicists and Byzantinists across London, nationally and internationally. And though I'm grateful for the technology that has allowed us to continue our academic program online during COVID, and which has moreover given our such great academic international reach, I'm well aware that quite the online format gains in reach it loses in terms of true hospitality. I very much hope that we will be able to welcome you again to Senate House in future years. The topic of this year's colloquium, the late Byzantine Mediterranean, Byzantine Connectivities, Experiences and Identities in a Fragmented World, is, to my mind, that is Professor Hallow's mind, both important and timely. Identity, connectivity, and fragmentation are indeed watchwords of our own era. Whether we think of the COVID pandemic, which kept us all at home while we found new ways to connect, of the present unhappy state of the United Kingdom, sounded politically from the continent, with which it enjoys deep cultural as well as economic ties, or of the numerous other pre-existing political, economic, and social fractures that events of recent years have both revealed and deepened. While I don't believe that historical research has to be current, in inverted commas, in order to be valuable, I do believe that the study of the past has an important role to play in developing modern citizens' understanding and appreciation of cultural, religious, and social diversity, and in teaching us how to relate across divides. Viewed in this perspective, the emphasis of this year's colloquium on processes of change and upheaval and upon the strategies of adaptation and resistance adopted by various groups and communities in the face of such processes seems to me particularly pertinent to our modern predicament. While I'm very sorry I cannot join you for this year's colloquium, I wish you a fantastic and stimulating 2 days of discussion. These were the warm welcome from our host, the Professor Catherine Hallow, Director of the Institute of Classical Studies. Now, on behalf of the Hellenic Institute at Royal Holloway, you will bear with me, I too would like to welcome you to our scholarly gathering and offer my deepest thanks to Professor Hallow for embracing our idea to explore the late Byzantine Mediterranean and for placing our colloquium under the auspices of the Institute of Classical Studies of the University of London as part of its annual Byzantine series. May I express our gratitude also to Mrs. Valerie James, manager of the Institute of Classical Studies, for her generous time and advice and her invaluable help. Valerie has been our guardian angel, also in technical aspects, and we shall be under her protective wings for the remaining of our colloquium. Our gathering is the fruit of close collaboration between the ICS, the Society of Cypriot Studies, the Cyprus Committee for Byzantine Studies, the Hellenic Institute, and the Center for Greek Diaspora Studies at Royal Holloway. A year ago, amidst the continued pandemic, Dr. Chrysophaladis Kyriakou, Dr. Haralambos Fotzakoglou, Dr. Achilleas Hadjikyriakou, Jack Dooley, and I, representing these institutions, discussed the possibility of organizing jointly an interdisciplinary conference to explore new findings and approaches in research covering the period between the two falls of Constantinople, which witnessed the transformation of Byzantium from empire into a mosaic of autonomous or semi-autonomous polities, focusing on the history and culture of former Byzantine areas under Latin, Christian, and Muslim rule. Fueled with enthusiasm and excitement, in the subsequent months, we approached colleagues and fellow scholars representing different disciplines and specialities at the University of London and other universities and research institutes in Britain and around the world who have common interest in this subject. The majority of them were able to accept our invitation, and we would like to express our deep thanks for their readiness to join us. Today and tomorrow, we shall be sharing findings, thoughts, and views on various topics of their expertise in order to assess and reassess continuities and discontinuities that shaped and reshaped Byzantine identities in the Eastern Mediterranean, and hopefully provide fresh and stimulating perspectives on what meant to belong to Byzantium and its broader significance. The program, which is accessible at the ICS website, and we have already emailed to you, gives information on the themes of our two sessions today. There are moderators and speakers with abstracts of their 15-minute papers and also short notes on their affiliations and specialities. So let us try to keep the time as strictly as possible so that we have some fruitful discussion following the presentations at the end of this session. Speakers and members of the audience are invited to type questions in the chat space in Zoom. Dr. Kyriakou will raise them on their behalf, combining, as mentioned before, similar ones for economy of time. You could also raise the yellow hands in Zoom and raise questions directly using your video and microphone. In such case, we will assume that you give us your consent, your permission for your question also to be recorded. Without further ado, it is a great pleasure and a great honor to introduce our first speaker and moderator of the first session. Professor Stephen Reinert is a distinguished scholar. For more than 3.5 decades, he has been teaching, researching, and promoting the study of Byzantine, Ottoman, Balkan, and modern Greek history at the Rutgers State University of New Jersey. From 2009 to 2015, and for the last 5 years, he has been directing the successful Modern Greek Studies program at the Rutgers School of Arts and Sciences, further expanding it with the eventual appointment of the elitist chair in Modern Greek Studies. Professor Reinert's research, sharp, meticulous, profound, and imaginative, coupled with his mastery of languages and a deep understanding of mentalities and cultures, have been offering us new insights and comparative approaches on late Byzantine, medieval Balkan, and Turkic history and culture in the 14th and 15th centuries. His studies on Christian perceptions of Islam and Muslims have been seminal. Stephen read history at Western Washington University in Bellingham, Washington, from where he graduated in 1972, and then embarked for his MA studies in Near Eastern languages and cultures, specializing in Turkology at UCLA in 1981. His doctoral thesis, conducted at the same university, explored Byzantine, Western medieval, and medieval Balkan history. It was at this stage that Stephen first met two great Byzantinists, Professors Milton Anastos and Spiros Brionis Jr., who supervised his thesis and guided him in the world of the medieval Mediterranean. Throughout his long and distinguished career, Professor Reinert published extensively and held a number of research fellowships from Dumbarton Oaks, the American School of Classical Studies, the Fulbright Program, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. His collected essays were published by Ashgate in a volume under the title Late Byzantine and Early Ottoman Studies as part of the Variorum series in 2014. He is also responsible for preparing as editor-in-chief of the two-volume Feshrit to Ellinikon, with studies in honor of Spiros Brionis, published by Karajas Publishers in 1993. He has also contributed to the English edition of Matei Kazaku's Dracula, published by Brill in 2017. You will be pleased to know that Stephen is currently preparing two books, the culmination of decades of research, devoted to two protagonists and great rivals in the political scene of late Byzantium and early Ottoman history, the Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos and the Sultan Yildirim I Bayezid. In exploring this period and the relations between Byzantium and the Ottomans, Stephen would not have better guides and mentors than his former supervisor, Professor Spiros Brionis Jr., and the great Ottomanist, Professor Elizabeth Zahariadu, with whom he shared not only their scholarship, but also their friendship. To these giants of Byzantine and Ottoman studies, whose absence is ever present among us, we dedicate our colloquium with deep respect, gratitude, affection, and admiration. I'm delighted to invite Professor Stephen Reinert to share with us their achievements.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and it is a great honor to be here indeed. In dedicating this colloquium to Spiros Brionis and Elizabeth Zahariadu, its organizers are commemorating and honoring two of the most outstanding scholars in Byzantine and early Turkic studies of our times. It is inconceivable to me that anyone present would disagree with this assessment, though we may individually foreground particular dimensions of their achievements as most noteworthy and influential. What follows then is a personal judgment, and I shall begin by laying out what I see as commonalities, that is, aspects of their overall achievements and record which are parallel and which contributed to their distinction. First, both Brionis and Zahariadu developed a high degree of facility in literally all the languages necessary for primary research in our fields in their graduate studies. The combination of Byzantine Greek, medieval Latin, and Ottoman Turkish was particularly crucial, and each pursued study locales and teachers where serious development here was possible, Brionis at Harvard and Zahariadu at Athens and SOAS in London, where she studied with Paul Wittek. Throughout their careers, they were highly unusual in having such refined capabilities. Second, both Brionis and Zahariadu engaged in a vigorous and sustained program of publication over careers lasting nearly 6 decades. There were literally no gaps in their outputs down to their deaths, respectively in 2019 at the age of 90 and 2018 at the age of 87. Both contributed extensively in all the key scholarly genres. By mid-careers, both had attained the status of internationally acknowledged and widely respected authorities in Byzantine and early Turkic studies. Third, both created specializations in the wider fields, which were distinctive and gave them a special niche. Brionis's bedrock foundation, as it were, was the fate of Byzantine and post-Byzantine Greek Anatolia, around which he developed a framing expertise as a Hellenist, fluent in key issues and periods from antiquity through the Greek diaspora in the United States, including his native Memphis, Tennessee. Zahariadu's enduring focus was the shared world of Greeks, Turks, and Latins in Anatolia and the East Mediterranean islands from the 13th to 16th centuries. Indeed, she played a significant role in creating this discipline, and she steadily explicated its various dimensions, article after article. Finally, both were deeply concerned about the fate and future of their fields and acted accordingly to ensure their growth and survival. Their approaches were strikingly different, as were the results, but their underlying intentions, it seems to me, were very much the same. Let us turn now from commonalities to some highlights of these two remarkable scholars' publications, beginning with Spiros. Briones has attained eternal memory, in my view, for his work on the fate of the Greeks in Asia Minor and eventually Constantinople, Istanbul as well. I shall focus on this, therefore, and simply note that his nearly 100 articles extend from late antiquity through the modern period and remain important for the various topics investigated. The book Briones published in 1971, at the age of 42, The Decline of Medieval Hellenism in Asia Minor and the Process of Islamization from the 11th through the 15th century, remains one of the most widely referenced works on medieval Muslim-Christian interaction. As is evident from the title, Briones' agenda here was to comprehend and delineate how the once Byzantine Orthodox Greek-speaking population in Anatolia dwindled from overwhelming majority to a much reduced minority from the late 11th through 15th century. This he regards as, quote, the last great political and geographical contraction of Hellenism. His investigation unfolds through 7 densely documented chapters, totaling some 530 pages in all. In the opening chapters, Briones portrays Anatolia in the 11th century as a substantially Hellenized, economically prosperous region with a thriving network of urban and mercantile centers. Next, he delineates the convoluted course of the Turkish conquest with intermittent advances and contractions in a process extending over 400 years. The rest of the book is a sustained meditation on consequences. Reduced to its very barest essentials, Briones repeatedly assesses the Turkish conquests as massive devastation and destruction inflicted primarily by nomad Turkmen, and most decisively in the late 11th to mid-12th and then mid-13th into the 14th centuries. It decapitated the state and its institutions and decimated the forms and expressions of higher cultural life. The incessant raiding physically destroyed towns and inflicted death, enslavement, and other hardships on many of its inhabitants, some of whom resorted to flight. The parallel damage inflicted on rural society was equally severe, as nomads repeatedly transformed productive farmland into grazing grounds for their flocks, triggering periodic famines. The church suffered likewise badly, reduced to penury, owing to massive losses of property and resources, and increasingly dysfunctional as bishops abandoned their sees. The ultimate consequence for many surviving Greeks was isolation, demoralization, and a propensity to convert to Islam. An accelerating force, particularly in the 14th century, appears to have been the proselytizing of the dervish brotherhoods, who espoused a heterodox Islam, not averse to syncretizing with elements of popular Christianity. Briones' Decline of Medieval Hellenism was widely acclaimed on publication as a feat of erudition and the first comprehensive account, or rather vision, of how Byzantine Orthodox Anatolia became substantially Muslim and Turcophone. Briones himself, however, understood quite well that research in this field was fast-moving and that his conclusions might require, in the course of time, if not revision, then at least review. He seems to have nurtured this concern throughout the rest of his life. It was not until 2011, however, that he published a significant updating in English, to which we shall return in a moment. Since I am highlighting here Vrionis's work on the Greeks in Turkey, I'd like at least to mention his second big book of relevance to this theme, namely The Mechanism of Catastrophe, the Turkish Pogrom of September 6th to the 7th, 1955, and the Destruction of the Greek Community of Istanbul. Some 660 pages in length, it appeared in 2005 when Vrionis was 77. And he struggled very hard to get this done. He was in challenged health. It represents, I think it's fair to say, his abiding interest in the fate of the Greeks in what had once been Byzantine Constantinople, down to a particularly brutal closing chapter. It's based on a massive dossier of evidence from American, British, Greek, and Turkish archives, and Vrionis's own interviews with surviving eyewitnesses. Also included are riveting photographs from the hitherto unpublished collection of Dimitrios Kaloumenos. In its crushing detail and exposition of all sides and perspectives on these events, Vrionis's second magnum opus, as it were, is recognized as the most authoritative reconstruction and interpretation of this tragic episode in both Greek and Turkish history. Shortly after this triumph, we find Vrionis at work revisiting the masterpiece that had created his fame. It appears he originally intended a comprehensive revision, but what emerged was more of a sketch of possibilities. The original 1971 text of Decline was left substantially the same, but cleansed of typos and other such errors by the ace editor, Nicholas Goodhue. New was a long preface in which Vrionis argued that his 7 key theses framing the book were still intact. In addition, he lists and evaluates publications on relevant themes appearing since 1971. While the result is not a revised edition, it is of considerable usefulness and the master's final word on the fate of medieval Hellenism in Asia Minor. It is unfortunate, however, that it was published in limited numbers with poor circulation. There are only 2 libraries in the United States that have it, and it's extremely difficult to find today. Let's turn now to our beloved Elizabeth Zahariadu. While her numerous publications are chronologically and thematically more cohesive, they address a large array of subjects or themes, and thus a concise summary of significance is rather difficult. 3 recurring areas of her interests, I think, are particularly important. One of Zahariadu's earliest publications, and at length her final contribution, dealt with the pre-Ottoman Western Anatolian beyliks or emirates. In between, throughout her collective work, she unraveled thorny problems in the histories of Aydın, Menteşe, Saruhan, the Amuriya of Kastamonu, and Karaman. With issues situated in the late 13th century, she was particularly, almost uniquely skillful in establishing the basic sense and reliability of evidence from Pachymeres and Gregoras. She attained her fame, however, with her masterpiece and longest book, Trade and Crusade, published in 1983 and dedicated to the memory of Paul Wittek. Her focus here is the pattern of commercial relations between Venetian Crete and the developed emirates of Aydın and Menteşe from the 1330s through the early 15th century, incorporating material from 11 treaties, 8 heretofore unpublished, negotiated throughout this interval. The book opens with a detailed microhistory of the political and military interactions between Venice and these emirates, with particular attention to ways in which the crusading enterprises launched by Pope Clement VI impacted mercantile rhythms in Balat and Theologo. Following this, Zahariadu presents a treasure trove of findings on the coinage, weights and measures, taxes and commodities associated with Venice's enterprise in these emirates. The book concludes with model critical editions of the treaties, many of which are truces marking the ups and downs of a relationship ongoing down to the Ottoman conquests. A second important theme in Zahariadu's oeuvre are the 30 or so studies she published on various aspects of early Ottoman history, from Orhan to Bayezid II, and I love rereading these. Each one is a polished gem. To most of these, she brought a new constellation of evidence, combining Western, Byzantine, and Ottoman sources, producing fresh interpretations of, and often solutions to, lingering problems in the narratives. Particularly useful are those dealing with the Ottoman expansion on the Danube and in the Western Balkans. I'd like to underscore finally Zahariadu's works explicating the status and functions of the church within the Ottoman order in the 15th and 16th centuries. By the church, I essentially mean monks, monasteries, the higher clergy, and the patriarchate, and source collections bearing on these. In most of these studies, Zahariadu mined Ottoman documents from the key surviving monastic archives in Greece, and thus the results were pioneering and original. In 3 articles from 1966, 1969, and 1971, she extracted the oldest fermans, sultanic decrees, from the Ceres, Dionisio, and Patmos archives, exquisitely analyzing their dating, form, and significance for exploring the Porte's actions in protecting these monasteries' various privileges and adjudicating their internal disputes, mainly over fiscal and property issues. She developed a sustained interest in the extensive Patmos archive and eventually collaborated with Nicholas Vatan and Gilles Weinstein in producing a model catalog of 22 of its 39 dossiers, comprising 823 documents, ranging in date from 1454 to 1815. I note finally Zahariadu's influential 1996 book entitled, in the English translation, 10 Turkish Documents Concerning the Great Church, which reconstructs the rise of the Patriarchate after 1453, including an analysis of patriarchal relations with the higher clergy and Greek secular elite on the one hand, and the sultans on the other. Zahariadu appends new evidence for the latter in the form of 10 important communications from sultans to patriarchs, which she describes, translates into Greek, and presents in the original Arabic script Ottoman. The foregoing sketch of highlights of Briones and Zahariadu's accomplishments is, to be sure, but a scratching of the surface. It is, I hope, sufficient to buttress my opening contention that these are 2 of the most outstanding scholars of our times in Byzantine and Ottoman studies. Let me conclude with a few short comments on their wider legacies beyond their publications and what these did to strengthen and perpetuate their fields, our fields. Although Briones was indeed a beloved mentor and director to graduate students at UCLA, where I studied with him, and NYU, his driving concern from the late 1980s was finding ways of integrating Hellenic studies into the fabric of American life, especially on the West Coast of the United States. With private funding, he built up a center for the study of Hellenism at Rancho Cordova, near Sacramento, California, and assembled there one of the largest collections of Hellenic studies in the United States. Although the center eventually closed, which was a great sorrow for Spiro, its collection migrated to Sacramento State University and remains a major resource for international and regional communities. Without Briones, this would never have happened. Zahariadu, early on in collaboration with Vasilis Dimitriadis, established in 1987 the first graduate program in Ottoman studies at the University of Crete at Rethymno. Over the years, it has become a major success story, blossoming into a department of Ottoman history with a distinguished faculty, a team of postgraduate researchers, a regular cohort of graduate students, and a congenial triennial conference called Halcyon Days in Crete. I was very privileged to participate in the first one. These collectively carry forth Elizabeth's vision of meticulous scholarship grounded in linguistic and paleographic excellence, and deployed with grace and generosity. In conclusion, we deeply miss and profoundly admire both Spiros and Elizabeth.
Stephen, thank you very much for this tribute. It was insightful, informative, judicious, and also sensitive. I'm pleased to inform and report to our colleagues, students, and friends that a first shift in honor of Professor Elizabeth Zahariadu has been published as number 11 volume of the Turkish Historical Review under the editorship of Dr. Andonis Anastasopoulos, and I would like to thank him for his enthusiasm and for his hard work in bringing this volume into fruition. To both our great scholars of blessed memory, Eonia Simnim. It is a particular pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker. Professor Evangelos Chrysos is an eminent scholar. Born in Thessaloniki, he received his education in his home city, where he studied theology between 1956 and 60, before embarking on his doctoral studies in Roman and Byzantine history at the University of Bonn under Professor Johannes Straub between 1960 and 1963, when I was born. Subsequently, he was appointed Wissenschaftlicher Assistent in 1964 until 1970 in the University of Bonn, but returned to the University of Thessaloniki, where he earned his second doctorate in church history between 1969 and 73. For 6 years, he served as curator and deputy director of the Foundation for Patristic Studies in Thessaloniki between 1970 and 76. 2 years earlier, in 1974, he moved to the University of Ioannina. There, he taught for no less than 22 years, laying firm foundations of the Department of Medieval and Byzantine Studies. In 1996, Professor Chrysos accepted a post at the University of Cyprus. Between 2000 and 2005, he served as director of the Institute for Byzantine Research at the National Hellenic Research Foundation, at the same time teaching at the University of Athens. On his retirement in 2005, he received the title of Emeritus Professor from the same university. And a few years later, in 2014, a first shift, appropriately titled Aureus, was presented to him by colleagues and former students in recognition of his major contribution to Byzantine studies in Greece, Cyprus, and internationally. During his long academic life and career, Professor Chrysos earned a number of distinguished scholarships and fellowships. He has been associated as visiting professor with a number of schools, universities, and research centers, such as the Ballermann School in Lebanon, the universities of Bonn, Bamberg, Vienna, Munich, Paris, and Boston, the Catholic University of America, and the Barton Oak Center for Byzantine Studies in Washington. Among his many distinctions, Professor Chrysos has been elected as corresponding member of the Austrian Academy of Sciences and member of its Commission für Byzantinistik, member of the Advisory Council of the Central European University in Budapest, then in Budapest, and Secretary General of the International Association of Byzantine Studies. He is also a member of the editorial bodies of scholarly journals, such as the Zbornik Radova, published in Belgrade, the Journal of the Classical Tradition, based in Boston, and the Annuarium Historiae Consiliorum, published in Augsburg and Rome. Professor Chrysos has served as Secretary General of the Hellenic Parliament Foundation for Parliamentarism and Democracy and Secretary General of the International Association of Byzantine Studies. For his contribution to Byzantine studies and church history, he has been honored by both the Vatican, who conferred on him the title of the Knight of St. Gregory the Great, and by the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople, who appointed him Archon Notarius. He has also received the Federal Cross of Merit in the first class from the German state. Despite his heavy administrative, editorial, and teaching duties, Professor Chrysos was involved in a number of research projects, including the major project on the transformation of the Roman world, funded by the European Science Foundation, the European paleoclimate reconstructed from historical sources, in this case, Byzantine sources, supported partly by the European Union, and the production of electronic resources for the teaching of ancient and Byzantine history, of which Professor Chrysos is a fervent adherent, such as Sophia, Byzantine Portraits, and Treasure of Cyprus. His numerous publications span a wide range of interests, focusing on the relations between the Greek East and the Latin West, from Roman and Byzantine civil and canon law, in particular the history of the councils of the Church, to political and social history, theology and education, economy and diplomacy, institutions and administration, historical geography and the Byzantine army, and editions of Latin and Greek medieval texts. Professor Chrysos' contribution to the study of Byzantine ecumenicity, ecumenicotita, which is at the heart of our colloquium, has been profound through his articles and above all his editing of the seminal volume on Byzantium as Ecumeni, published by the National Hellenic Research Foundation in 2005. It is an honor and a pleasure to invite Professor Chrysos to share his thoughts on the ecumenicity of late Byzantium and the Eastern Mediterranean.
Thank you very much, my friend Haralambos. I thought I had persuaded you to keep the introductory words for an obituary. It comes long, lasts very long until you'll need to write one. But you insisted in reading it now here. Well, dear, thank you. My colleagues, let me express before I start my gratitude for being invited to this cleverly designed symposium. I wish we could meet physically in the environment of the Institute of Classical Studies. In early summer, London is always beautiful. You hear me well? I congratulate you, Babi and Sualandi, for the idea to put this colloquium under the names of our late friends Vita Zahariadu and Spiros Vionis, both distinguished scholars who shared the experience of having their roots in Asia Minor and who have contributed immensely in the study of the late medieval history, a history of never-ending changes and sufferings. Even Reinert, who had the benefit of being a student of Spiros at Los Angeles and a personal friend of Veta, has spoken wisely about both of them. Thank you, Stephen. In the abstract to this symposium, Dr. Diakou has made use of the term connectivities. In this way, he revealed that he belongs to the generation of medievalists who is embracing the new methodological trend known as global medieval studies. Actually, our friends, late friends, Vionis and Zahariadu, were already doing this. Like in earlier efforts, such as the book of Holden and Parsley on the history of the Mediterranean Sea under the provocative title The Corrupted Sea, this was introduced mainly by Catherine Holmes and Naomi Standen in the Faculty of History at the University of Oxford. It was within this background that the term connectivity moved from the natural sciences to the humanities, and entered quite recently in the medievalist parlance. It's a good move because the study of history has to reflect steadily the concerns and the experiences of its own time and illuminate the past from new angles. In this sense, it sounds old-fashioned to study the medieval history of Europe, ignoring the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, or study the Greek-speaking East, ignoring the West, all of the Arab world. We must widen our horizons beyond the traditional geographical and chronological borders. If we put aside national and other ideologies, the only barricade between them is an almost obsolete linguistic one. It is becoming obsolete because the many translations, the linguistic one, many translation projects, most famous is the Liverpool University Press and the parallel one at Dumbarton Oaks, and the new technology of automatic translation, though not perfect yet, indeed offers additional support to bridge the linguistic gap. Having said that, I must stress, I promised that to Erasmus, to say that. Having said that, I must stress that knowledge of ancient and medieval languages among the younger generation of students and scholars should be encouraged and supported as a sine qua non for an in-depth study of history. The teachers must teach to our students, all our students, good Latin and good Greek. However, we can't stick to that because otherwise our science will be dead. Let me step in closer to my main theme of the ecumenicity of, or rather, inlay Byzantium. After the disaster of the Fourth Crusade, a disaster of immense size, not only for the main victim, the Byzantine Empire, but also for the European world states, their cultures, their prosperity, their moral advantage, and self-esteem as fighters of the cross, and the Christian ideal of fraternity that was completely destroyed or fragmented. The Empire of Constantinople lost a considerable part of its dominion. The legal government had to seek shelter in the exile in Nicaea, and the Latin Imperium Constantinopolitanum replaced it at the source of Bosporus. In 1261, the Byzantine government managed to return back to the regular city, but since then it was in continuous need to defend itself from efforts from the West to regain it. Things went much worse when the Ottomans arrived and made it clear that their goal was no other than Constantinople itself, its domains, and especially its legacy as the head of the ecumenical empire on earth. The last centuries of the Byzantine state were characterized by its apparent inability to organize its security in the face of its ever-increasing threat from the East. This inevitably led to the search for military and financial aid from the West. To achieve this goal, the emperors were ready to make all sorts of humiliating concessions and not now. The culmination of the endless begging for support was the 3-year trip of Emperor Manuel II to Italy, and mainly to France and England at the end of the 14th century, between 1399 and 1403. It is recorded that Western rulers and their peoples were impressed by Manuel's appearance, wisdom, and piety, and they accepted his request for help and thus began raising money for a prospect war. Adam of Usk, British later medieval chronicler, commented on a melancholic tone, quote, "I thought to myself how sad it was that this great Christian leader from the remote East had been driven by the power of the infidels to visit distant islands in the west in order to seek help against them. However, it's not said whether they were merely impressed by the exotic guest and his appearance, or because in him they recognized the ecumenical emperor. Perhaps the long history of his throne played some role in the homage to Manuel, but it is realistic to imagine that his prerogative and his self-esteem as being the only legitimate heir of Rome, the real Imperator Romanorum, did not value much anymore. Manuel seems to have had no doubt that finally the Western rulers were persuaded and had agreed to a large-scale military mission, actually a crusade, which was the only way to save Byzantium from the Turks. In a letter from London in January 1401 to the monk Euthymius, Manuel wrote in a rather confident and hopeful tone that the only issue that remained to be settled was the place where the Allies' forces would gather before heading to the east, and concludes that, I quote, "With the help of the Mother of God, we are followed by an army consisting of all kinds of specially selected military units gathered from elsewhere, an army capable of truly fulfilling its purpose, an army far exceeding our hopes." Furthermore, in a letter to his friend Manuel Chrysoloras from London on the same day, January 1401, Manuel states as a fait accompli that, I quote, "The King of Britain provides us with military aid, with soldiers, archers, money, and ships to carry the army where it's needed." Unquote. In this optimistic atmosphere of the anticipated success, Emperor Manuel II, in his letter to Chrysoloras, praised his host, it was King Henry IV of England, for his hospitality and included a remarkable sentence which we need to analyze in the context of our discussion on the notion of ecumenicity in the late Middle Ages. Manuel the Emperor wrote to his close friend Manuel Chrysoloras that, I quote, "The Rex of Britain the Great, of the Second Ecumeny, as you may say, ο της Βρετανίας Rex της Μεγάλης, της Δευτέρας ως ανίπητης οικουμένης." George Dennis, in his translation of the letters of Manuel attached to his critical edition in the Corpus Foncium Historiae Byzantinae, simplifies the sentence as follows: "The King of Britain, the King of Britain, the Great, as a second civilized world, as you may say," and thus he avoids the terms ecumeny. In my mind, the correct translation is "the Rex of Britain the Great, of a second ecumeny," you may say. Two different words in rather Dennis's translation are crucial. A, you must keep in mind that the word Rex, for its realist distinction from Basileus, Imperator, is important. By selecting the word Rex for the King of Britain, Manuel did not aim at diminishing the position of his host, whom he crowns with all praises, but to express his sensitivity for his own imperial office, which he considered the highest position in the national ranking of rulers, with the Basileus Romeon being at the top of an imaginary traditional hierarchy of thrones. B, The second difference is even more crucial for our topic. George Dennis consciously used the phrase the second civilized word for ecumene, because he found it awkward to speak of a second ecumene or of two ecumenes. However, in my mind, Manuel deliberately chose the words Deftera or Identities ecumene. In order to grasp the meaning of the word ecumene in the vocabulary of Emperor Manuel II, I went through all quotations where he used the term in his oeuvre. With the help of the Thesaurus Lingua Graeca, it is an easy task. One can distinguish one main meaning of the word as the most usually applied way diachronically. Ecumene means for Manuel the whole world, in geographical but not in political sense. For example, he speaks of those who participated from the end of the ecumene or from all parts of the ecumene. Μετέχοντες εκ της πανταχού της οικουμένης των πανταχού της οικουμένης περάτων or εκ των της οικουμένης μερών. In a similar way, Manuel sees the human nature to be the same in all the ecumene. Η φύση στήρει μία και αυτή της αναπάσαν την οικουμένη. In this sense, he understands and makes verbatim use of the Old Testament sentences where the Masoretic text has the noun tevel, which modern lexica render as world or universe, like in Psalm 19:4, quote, "Yet their voice goes out into all the earth, their words to the ends of the world," end quote, where the word world stands for ecumene. Σπάσαν την γην εξήλθαν ο φόβος αυτών και στα πέρατα της οικουμένης τα ρήματα αυτών. However, in two cases, Manuel claims that his capital Constantinople is the center of the ecumene. In his Λόγος Πανηγυρικός περί της του βασιλέως Υγείας, an early text of 1389, Manuel speaks of Constantinople as the queen, the metropolis, and the eye of the ecumene, and as the source of the greatest goods. Ecumeni's βασιλής και metropolis και οφθαλμός, and πηγή μεγίστων αγαθών. Similarly, in his dialogue with his mother Helena on marriage, on which our host Babis has spent years in studying and commenting, an early text too, dated in 1396, but heavily revised after 1417, Manuel appeals to the Savior of God, of course, for Constantinople, as the metropolis of the ecumene, and as God's presence. Soter αγαθέτης της οικουμένης την δε Μητρόπολην, ως δώρον την δε δίδωσιν αυτό ταύτην έχει. We must be cautious in not seeing more in these sentences than it is reasonable. Manuel does not speak of an ecumenical empire of Constantinople. The context is not political. He presents Constantinople as metropolis of all the cities in quantity and quality, but not in political terms. No quotation does he claim that his empire is identical with the Orbis Terrarum. He even avoids phrasings that may be understood as referring to Orbis Romanus, which was the late antique way of saying it. Despite the principles of legitimacy of his state as the heir of the Roman Empire, which were never put to doubt in the rapidly changing world of the 15th century. It is important to note here that in all these definitions, ecumene is referred to in geographical terms. On the other hand, the terms ecumene and ecumenikos were most often understood in the Latin world as corresponding to the cosmological notions of universum and universalis. And this caused a misunderstanding between the Greek East and the Latin West, and suspicions that lasted for many centuries. The Byzantines never understood the word ecumene as cosmological term. It was a geographical term. Everything was happening on the earth, not in the universe. You may ask, what are the implications of Manuel's reference of a second ecumene? I think Emmanuel wanted to express his impression from Britain as an exotic land. I remember the feeling I had coming from Scandinavia to Europe, heading for Greece after a long summer in Finland in 1956. It was another world, indeed. This is how I understand Manuel's experience while he was in England. The implication is, however, that the imagination of the erudite emperor was experiencing a world beyond his ecumene. And this means that his ecumene was not identical with the world, the globus, but the world that he knew from his human experience, despite the fact that Britannia itself was, of course, not missing the narratives of the geographers of the Greco-Roman classical culture. As late as the 6th century AD, Britannia was considered a Roman land, both by Procopius of Caesarea in the east and by Gildas in Britain. I have no time to start to refer to that anymore. In recent years, there is a stimulating discussion on the question how different the Byzantine Empire was in the last decades before the Allosis, from the empire we know from previous centuries. The late Nikos Economidis, we may remember him especially today in the company of Veta Zahariadu and of Spiros Brionis, wrote an insightful study where he compared Constantinople and its structures in the last centuries with the Italian city-states at the same time. On the other hand, my colleague Antonia Kusopoulou, working on the same path in her book Emperor or Manager, has demonstrated the substantial changes that Byzantium had gone through towards its end. In my mind, both scholars are right in underlying these changes. However, as we are used to consider the 11th centuries long history of the Byzantine state as a continuum. A continuum it was indeed, but it would not have survived for so long if Byzantium did not have the wisdom and the ability to adapt itself to the new conditions. Let me mention 3 examples, one of the political part of governance, political art of governance, the second with regard to the continuous cultural interface, and the third from relation to the art of war. In the paper on the empire and the peoples of Europe in the Middle Ages, I tried 20 years ago to show how close the connectivities were with the new world, in the political world of the early Middle Ages, and how the ties were still functioning long after the Arab conquest that brought together the peoples in the Mediterranean. On the other hand, the synchronical emergence of what we call a renaissance of letters in the 9th century in Byzantium, in the Carolingian Empire, as well as in Baghdad, demonstrates that this Renaissance trend was operating under the historical surface that connected the different parts of the world and permitted the flow of new ideas and new technologies, although we have no sources about it, only the end result. The third example comes from the history of the wars and the weapons. Knowing the enemy was always of great importance and the Byzantines were eager to be acquainted with the tactics and the weapons of their enemies and adopt them whenever it was necessary. The simple fact that the names of the Byzantine weapons are not Greek is a proof that they were adopted from foreign armies. They were imported. The triad of examples can easily be multiplied. For instance, we are accustomed to emphasize the fact that the Byzantine Empire was the immediate continuation of the Roman Empire with the new regional city, Constantinople, the new Rome. This is correct. However, the study of the changes that were introduced at the imperial court and the art of government, with several elements being introduced even from the court of the small territory of the empire that was still unaffected by the huge changes and was covered by the old unofficial name Romania, a term that we often find in the sources with a convert spirit of determination for survival and of heroic resistance. In spite of this restriction of the size of the territory and several changes in the court ceremonies, the Byzantines were determined to protect this territory and safeguard the imperial prerogatives for the ruler in Bosphorus. This is why they stubbornly stuck to the diplomatic protocol, according to which no other ruler was to be addressed at Basileus. In this sense, Manuel was saying only Rex for his friend Henry IV. Nevertheless, one has the impression that Byzantium was undergoing some kind of regionalization. I mean a shift from imperial attitudes to what is known from the behavior of the regna and their potentates. Apparently, Manuel II was fighting against it, but this was becoming a reality, a regionalization of the empire. Tonia Kisopoulou has proposed that the changes in late Byzantium may have influenced the constitutional balance in relation to the office of emperor, the emperorship, and asked for a shift from an emperor as omnipotent dominus to a ruler performing as manager, as steward of governance. An opportunity for this accession is given by a famous discussion Manuel II had with his son, co-emperor and successor John VIII, in private in 1422. This took place after the aged emperor, partly paralyzed by a stroke he had suffered in October of that year. I owe all this information in detail by Fred Babis, had entrusted John with the then ongoing negotiations about the union of the churches. Now, George Francis, who was present at that meeting, states that having listened to his father's advice for caution over church union, John left deep in thought without saying a word. Apparently, his intentions were quite different. At that point, Manuel turned to Francis and said, I quote, "My son is the right emperor, but not for the present time. And he sees big and thinks big in days for which the time would require the prosperity of our ancestors. But today, what our government needs is not an emperor, but an oikonomos." unquote. If I understand this sentence correctly, Emmanuel does not suggest that John would or should not be an emperor anymore, but he would need to function as a steward in modern parlance, as a manager, as a CEO, and administration in the face of the empire state of poverty. Manuel himself, as well as the rhetoricians around him, as Florin Leonte has shown recently, remained attached to the idea of the omnipotent emperor towards other powers. Indeed, Manuel, an experienced political leader and diplomat, exercised a realpolitik, for he knew very well that with the lack of resources or rather with an empty treasure and with no victories in sight, this was the most effective factor that consolidated the power in the Middle Ages within the empire beyond its borders. Without this, he ruled de facto a weak, exhausted state, and hence he relied to a very large extent on other powers and their goodwill. The model, however, of the centralized imperial power structure had not changed substantially and was never abandoned. One may assume that there was a huge gap between the theory of the imperial power on the one side and the real exercise of power on the other. In order to understand this antithesis between theory and practice in these times of decay, one should include, however, as a third dimension, the traditionally endorsed legal rights and prerogatives of the emperor, as he conceived and experienced them. Those rights had been established and respected in the previous centuries of real power and were legally never forfeited. To conclude from where we started and have the end of this troublesome presentation, in the late period, the Byzantine emperor was forced to move on rough paths of behavior. One glimpse of this situation is offered by Manuel with his aforementioned reference to Britain as the second ecumenic. Manuel was aware that this ecumenic was no more identical with his own state, although his regnal city was still internationally recognized as the mother city of the ecumenic. But beyond the channel, another sort of ecumenic was flourishing that, so he thought, was going to commit itself to save his own empire. That this never happened was part of the drama, and of course had nothing to do with Brexit. But it was actually no Brexit at that time, and in the Middle Ages there was no Brexit considerable. Not in the Antiquity, not in the Middle Ages was conceivable a Brexit. It's a modern barbarism that I'm not happy to see it happening in my own time. Thank you for your attention and be kind with your criticism. But please be critical.
On behalf of all of us, I would like to thank Professor Chrysos for this perceptive, insightful, and also very sensitive approach to ecumenicotis, and for all of us who have a great affinity for this great personality of Manuel II. Thank you doubly, dipla. There will be an opportunity to discuss the Professor Chrysos' perceptions of ecumenicotis and also our thoughts about this in the end in the discussion. Now, I'm delighted to invite our first chairman of the first session, Professor Stephen Reinert, to chair the session on Byzantine legacies and identities in the Eastern Mediterranean after 1200. Stephen.
Thank you very much. We have 5 speakers in this session, and the time allotted for each speaker is 15 minutes. So I hope everyone will adhere to that as closely as possible. And we begin with Professor Vlada Stankovic from the University of Belgrade. Professor Stankovic's research explores Byzantine history and literature from the 9th through the 15th centuries, with a particular focus on the Komnenian dynasty, Byzantine imperial ideology and political theory, and medieval Balkans, especially Serbia, social networks in the post-1204 world, and Roman identity. He's speaking to us today on the Byzantine Commonwealth in the Eastern Mediterranean, connectivities and identities in the post-1204 Byzantine world.
Many thanks, Professor Reinert. Many thanks to all the organizers. I will try, and I think I will manage to stick to my 15 minutes, but before that I will use first minute, because I will talk about some kinship networks and private relations to stress once again how glad I am to be with all of you, with so many friends and dear professors, unfortunately online, but hopefully next time we'll be able to meet in person. Professor Reinert, we never managed to meet while I was in Princeton, but we have many common friends and my dear professors, the late Giles Constable from the IAS, and Dombarto knows before that, and Theophani Stavru, who is still working at the University of Minnesota. I already mentioned my special connection with University of Ioannina, where I had the privilege to teach a semestral course back in, who knows when, maybe 2008 or 9. And Professor Evangelos Chrysos, who was director of the institute at the time, maybe it was still Cantara Byzantinon, Spudone, the Idrima Ethnikon Erevnon in Athens. During the golden years, 2004, 2005, when I was, I had an Onassis fellowship and spent almost a year in Athens. I will try to share my screen now. I think, just let me find where my presentation is. Just give me a second. To get myself organized. No, not like that. Wait a second. Just give me a second. Sorry for this delay. I have to open this first and then back to Zoom. I think there. I think you all see. I hope you all see this presentation.
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Christovalandi. As you can see, I was thinking and I was inspired by what Professor Reinert said about Spiros Virionis Jr. and Elizabeth Zahariadu, and also what Professor Chrysos mentioned, especially two things I would like to emphasize from Professor Chrysos' keynote address. This is the languages and really the need to know not only the ancient languages, but also the modern languages, and the quality of Byzantine Empire to adapt to almost always throughout the 11th centuries of the existence of the Byzantine Empire, various changes. That quality of constant adaptation is something that I think is still worth pursuing, still worth researching. But also, I would like to go back to something that Professor Reinert emphasized the importance of this masterpiece of Spiros Vrionius Jr., The Decline of Medieval Hellenism, because it was published in 1971, the same year when Dmitry Obolensky published his work, seminal work, The Byzantine Commonwealth. And maybe if we all managed to publish the proceedings of this colloquium, maybe we could, in a way, devote it not only to the legacies of both Spiros Vrionius and Elizabeth Zahariadu, but make it especially about almost now more than 50 years, because we all lost 2 years with a pandemic from this really seminal work. Hopefully this year or next year there will be a volume published on the 50 years of Byzantine Commonwealth, edited by Jonathan Shepard, once all the contributors finish their papers, me included. So I think maybe we could make 50+1 or 50+2 years from the publication of the work of Spiros Vrionius Jr. The title is, I wouldn't say, somewhat misleading. The Byzantine Commonwealth in the Eastern Mediterranean, Connectivities and Identities in the post-1204 Byzantine world. I added, as you can see, a surprising picture with 3 dots. I was thinking about question mark, and you will see why. In this short presentation, of course, I will have to focus only on few main things. First of all, this is not intended as a critique. My intention is not to criticize historiography, but actually to stress how complex it is to study late Byzantine Eastern Mediterranean, late Byzantium in general, or late Byzantine Commonwealth, or Byzantine world in the broader sense of the word. Geographically, politically, culturally, religiously, it is not a clearly defined area. We all know that the Eastern Mediterranean usually geographically means to the east from Sicily, including sometimes Sicily, southern Italy. But what about the Balkans? Where is the boundary in the Balkans? And of course, Asia Minor, the Levant, and North African coast. So this is really a cross-section of different, usually siloed disciplines. Siloed is a word, is a term I started to use in the later years, influenced by my colleague Christian Raffensperger, actually, because it is very rarely one scholar knows all the ancient languages. Professor Reinert is maybe one of the exemptions. I myself do not read Ottoman Turkish. I speak just a little bit of modern Turkish, but all the other languages, medieval Latin, Greek, Slavic languages, I'm familiar with. But also within all these languages, we always need cooperation, and we are all specialists for some parts of Byzantine history, strictly speaking, or Cypriot history, Eastern Mediterranean, Crusader history. So it is very, very difficult to organize scholars to cooperate in a meaningful manner to produce a coherent narrative. Few examples come to mind from the last 10, maybe 15 years now, two very valuable volumes. The first one is edited by Judith Herring and Guillaume Saint-Guyan, Identities and Allegiances in the Eastern Mediterranean after 1204. And the other is Byzantines, Latins, and Turks in the Eastern Mediterranean world after 1150, edited by Jonathan Harris, Catherine Holmes, and Eugenia Russell. So those are very, very valuable volumes. But even in those volumes, those kind of siloed research comes to the fore. Everybody is talking, writing, exploring their own topics, their own specialities, and there is a little interconnectivity, to use another popular word which I do not like particularly, but there is little coherence in the results. So that is something we should all, I think about, and not only think about, but try to cooperate better. And I'm not even going to mention the other divisions between historians, strictly speaking, philologists, art historians, specialists in Byzantine and not only Byzantine architecture. So one of my specialties is Komnenian period. What I see as one of the main problems in understanding post 1204 world, Byzantine world, broadly speaking, is a misunderstanding of the Komnenian period, of the new foundations laid during that time within the Byzantine Empire and in diplomacy, in external relations of Constantinople, of the empire, with its neighbors. The all-encompassing interconnectivity, the kinship, which is very well known, but still in a way poorly applied in scholarship, is something that really changed the nature of Byzantine Empire and also the nature of the relation of the empire with its neighbors, and not only neighbors. All the emperors in Byzantine world, in divided Byzantine world after 1204 and later after the return to Constantinople in 1261, actually were all members of the same imperial family. We call them dynasty of Angeli, of Lascarides, of Paleologi, but actually they were all relatives, and not only among themselves in Byzantine Empire, but also with, as I said, a kind of system or circles of polities, starting with the immediate Byzantine neighbors, Bulgarians and Serbs, but all the way to the Central European plains. Especially important role in this aspect plays Hungary. So this is something that actually, that's one of my starting points, this huge change brought by the Komnenian emperors. What I will you all recognize these miniatures of Emperor Alexios Komnenos and his grandson Manuel Komnenos. But what I would like to stress is the third picture on this slide. That's the betrothal ring of Serbian prince and later king Stephanos Radoslav. As you can see, it's written in Greek. It's a very famous golden ring for the daughter of Theodore Angelos. I will call him just Angelos. He also went by the name of Komnenos and Doukas, the ruler of Epirus from 1215-1216 until 1230, and later emperor crowned in Thessaloniki. That brings me to my second point, but actually I will start with three main features of the post 1204 world. In a way, after 1204, we already find ourselves in post-Byzantine world, strictly speaking, because it's a post-unitary world that's maintained some features of the pre-1204 world, the most important of which is that interconnectivity, that kinship relations, this actually network of kinsmen that covered the entire Balkans and even Central Europe. And one of the features, actually maybe a surprising consequence of the capture of Constantinople in 1204, was the expansion of the idea of Romanes, as we now call it in English, of Romeosini. I just put here a few periods. 1204, 1208 is a period without crowned emperor of the Romans, without crowned Byzantine emperor, as we call them. Theodore Lascaris was crowned in 1204. Professor Irenis will correct me, but I still think that it is still prevailing opinion that he was crowned on Easter or in the spring of 1204. So there was a gap of 4 years where there was no crowned Orthodox Byzantine emperor. And then there was a period in the 3rd and 4th decade of the 13th century where this expansion of Romanesque actually took place. In 1227, already mentioned Theodore Angelos was crowned by Archbishop of Ohrid, Demetrios Komatinos, in Thessaloniki. And although it was only 3 years before he was beaten by Bulgarian Emperor, Bulgarian Tsar John Asen II, it was a period of coexistence of 2 Byzantine emperors, one in Nicaea at the time, John Vatatzis, and Theodore Angelos in the Byzantine West. But actually, what I want to particularly stress is what happened after 1230 with a defeat, and you can see on the lower part of the slide to the left is golden seal of the victorious Bulgarian Emperor John Asen II, and you can read the Slavic inscription that says John Asen, the Emperor of the Bulgarians and the Greeks. Well, I want to stress that Greek in Slavonic, both in Bulgaria and Serbia, actually meant Romans. There is no other terms for Romans, and it was shown, I think, exhaustively by my colleague and dear friend Ivan Biljarski, that there was no other name for our Byzantines, for Romans, but Greek. So that was the first time when one, let's say, foreign emperor, but from the Byzantine sphere of influence, added the Romans to his imperial title. The case of Simeon in the 10th century was somewhat, or actually it was essentially different, but we don't have time to go into that now. What is of equal importance is the reaction of John Vatatzis. We don't know whether he complained in official or unofficial manner, but we do know that he started negotiations with Bulgarian Emperor John Asen II, at the time, without any doubt, the strongest ruler in the Balkans. And that already in 1234, they came to an agreement by which the Emperor John Vatatzis, followed by Patriarch Germanos II, gave autocephaly to the Patriarchate, Bulgarian Patriarchate, something that happened a few decades earlier in 1218-19 with the creation of Serbian autocephalous archbishopric. And century and a little bit more later, similar thing happened with Serbia when the emperor king, first of the Serbs and the Greeks, became emperor of the Serbs and the Greeks. So Romans, Stefan Dusan, also with a patriarchate, new patriarchate. The second point is something that I will have to just run through. It's the rising importance of orthodoxy, and the choices, conscious choice to belong to the new Orthodox world after 1204. That is something that needs more research and discussion, but that's why I put new identity under quotes. Actually, what is observable in the post-1204 world is the greater insistence on orthodoxy and the willingness of the rulers to identify themselves as Orthodox, as opposing to the Latin invaders, or whatever you want to call them, Catholics. And one of the examples, that is my third point, but it starts on this slide, is the importance of the Holy City of Jerusalem. We move slightly from the Balkans, so actually we connect the Balkans with a Serbian example, with the Levant, with the Holy Land, and the Holy City of Jerusalem. Maybe the third point is the renewed focus on the center of Christianity. Because the New Jerusalem, Constantinople, was in the hands of Latins. At this time, we observe, especially in the Balkans and especially in Serbia, but it has deeper roots in the 12th century, as you can see, this new insistence of the centrality of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was central also during the Komnenian dynasty, and I always tend to go back to the Komnenians because it was one of the main points of rivalry among the Komnenian siblings. As we know, second Sevastokrator Isaac, Manuel Komnenos' uncle, was a pilgrim, something that neither Isaac's brother John II or Manuel I managed to do, even though Manuel tried to wage something that I would call holy war, actually without quotes, that ended ignominiously at the defeat in 1176 at Myriokephalon. But what I wanted to stress here is this connection with the Balkans. Sava, the Serbian, he was the first archbishop, went to Jerusalem in 1229, and we will hear from Professor Palic why exactly in 1229. It was the period when Jerusalem came under Frankish rule for the first time, and he not only met, but he served. He actually went into communion with the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Athanasius, who was mentioned 15 times in Saint Sava's life, Saint Sava's Vita, written by his pupil Domitian. And also, this connection with Jerusalem was something that was kept within the Serbian ruling family. What you see on these pictures is the monastery dedicated to the archangels Michael and Gabriel, founded by Serbian King Milutin. Saint Sava was his great uncle in 1312 or 1313, who was also from his mother's side a descendant from the Jerusalem's King Baldwin II. So this is the new focus on Jerusalem, especially during the time of the Latin occupation of Constantinople, which continued in the later centuries.
Vlada, I think we need to come to a conclusion.
Yeah, this is my last slide, and I only need a minute. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So this notion of shared world is put forward by Molly Green and then applied in a way to Byzantine studies. I wouldn't say it's wrong or erroneous, but I would say we should probably more speak about common world, because in this description of Saint Sava's pilgrimage, we don't actually meet neither Latins nor Muslims, which is extraordinary. It seems like he's moving in a strictly Orthodox world. And to come back to the point of adaptation, what you see here is in the middle is Serbian King Milutin. To his right, to our left, is the Emperor Andronicus II Palaiologos, his father-in-law, and Saint Stephen the Archangel. So after the alliance and the marriage with King Milutin, with a 5-year-old daughter of Andronicus II, Simonis, the Byzantines came up with a completely new concept in diplomacy. They defined this new alliance as unity, as enosis. As far as I know, this is the only example in Byzantine history where alliance, Simachia, is defined in official, and I emphasize official, edicts of Byzantine emperors as enosis. And it shows how they were able to adapt and how the Byzantine, this connectivity actually in a way became something more embracing, and that all even before the Hesychasm brought another level of connectivity, of togetherness in the post-1204 Byzantine world. Thank you so much. Stephen, I'm sorry for taking more time.
But it's very fascinating, and thank you so much. So, okay.
I need to stop sharing. Just give me a second.
That's a lovely, lovely image. All right, our second speaker is Professor Nicolaou Konari from the University of Cyprus. And the main area of research here is the Latin ruled world, especially Lusignan and Venetian Cyprus, a whole variety of interactions, ending up with 19th century opera and French historiography. And the theme of the talk today is the formation of the Greek Cypriot dialect during Frankish and Venetian rule, lingua franca or national language.
Thank you. Okay, can you see the slides? Okay. Language constitutes a principal medium for the diffusion of cultural traits and provides an important clue for assessing the mechanisms of cultural transfer and interaction, as well as the complex processes of the formation of national and ethnic identities. Language both mediates social phenomena and is mediated by them, acquiring meaning and authority only within specific historical settings, and may be used to construct and disseminate national identities and to exert cultural authority and even political power. The 4 centuries of the history of Cyprus under Frankish and Venetian rule provide the chronological, socio-political, and cultural framework for the formation of the medieval Greek Cypriot dialect. The permeability of the linguistic frontier to the social changes that followed the Frankish and then the Venetian settlement on Cyprus renders the dialect the product of identifiable historical and cultural influences, and history an active agent in the social construction of meaning. This paper will investigate the ways in which the Cypriots of the time, Greeks, Franks, Syrians, and other minor groups, used the linguistic resources available to them in a multilingual society with relation to the resulting linguistic processes, the multicultural construction of the Cypriot dialect, and ideological phenomena, the role of language in defining group awareness and expressing ethnic antagonism. The early textualization of the dialect and the survival of an important number of vernacular texts offer scholars the necessary tools for the adequate study of the process of the formation. First things first, what were the languages spoken by the 2 main ethnic groups that would come into contact in Cyprus at the end of the 12th century? The Greek spoken by the island's native population differed from the vernacular spoken in Constantinople and other Byzantine centers, as well as from the learned textual language. Despite the meager evidence, the formation of the Cypriot dialect was certainly already underway in the 12th century, geographical distance and insular isolation favoring linguistic divergence. For some scholars, the genesis of the dialect goes back to the 7th century, as indicated by the writings of Leontios of Neapolis. Historical and textual evidence suggests that the Frankish nobility who settled in Cyprus spoke Old French, the langue d'oil, or the language spoken in northern France, or more precisely, a koiné of langue d'oil idioms. It is impossible, though, to know the exact proportion of the various linguistic groups amongst the lower strata, where certainly the Italian and Arabic elements were important. Although the linguistic profile of St. Neophytos the Recluse differs considerably from that of the average Cypriot in the passage from the 12th to the 13th century, his case incorporates all those elements that mark the process of the linguistic encounter between Greeks and Franks on the island. In accordance with the prevailing Byzantine secular and ecclesiastical tradition, Neophytos intentionally used learned Greek for the composition of his religious works, diligently avoiding the intrusion of vernacular or dialectal traits. His linguistic consciousness was that of a purist. He distinguished between a high variety of language, mainly textualized and used in prestigious domains, and a low variety for domestic use, the oral language, including the Cypriot dialect. This qualitative differentiation of forms of the same language according to the social context and function required, which in modern terms may be called diglossia, will be a persistent trait of Cypriot linguistic consciousness to the present day. Thus, Neophytos' writings do not provide much information about the extent of the formation of the Cypriot dialect. Significantly, though, in a post-1204 work, he identifies the nations with the languages, thus associating ethnicity with language. In frontier or conquered areas, phenomena such as linguistic interaction and change, bilingualism or language death often occur. Systematic and forced linguistic acculturation practiced by the incoming dominant ethnic group may result in the prevalence of this group's language and the disappearance of the local language, or in the emergence of a new mixed language. The latter, a mixed language, usually means the emergence of a new ethnic group as well. On the other hand, in a situation of peaceful cohabitation and close context, linguistic communication may involve bi- or multilingualism for one or both groups, the development of a marginal language, Pidgin or Creole language, or the adoption of a lingua franca, a common language of everyday communication. The 1192 political change in Cyprus does not seem to have produced a society in which ethnic loyalty or antagonism were language-based with relation to the use or rejection of a language. Like religion, language constituted one of the major marks of group identification. However, unlike religion, whose sacred nature rendered it resistant to change and thus an inflexible component of group affiliation and a defining factor for the exclusion of the other, language loyalties did not prevent the use of the other group's language or linguistic interaction. The nature of the Lusignan linguistic policy, inverted commas, was determined by the kingdom's demographic and cultural realities, namely the high population density and ethnic homogeneity of the Greeks, as well as the uniformity, antiquity, and complexity of the Greek culture and language. Showing remarkable linguistic tolerance and pragmatism, they allowed for both continuity and change, and no instances of enforcement of the French language are attested that would lead to the death of Greek. Notably, even in important feudal institutions such as the courts of justice, the central administration, and chancery, the regime did not attempt to institutionalize the exclusive use of Latin or French. And as a result, there was no marginalization of the local Greek variety in non-authoritative domains. On the contrary, from the very beginning, the Frankish administration used the pre-existing Greek vernacular, which progressively became more dialectal, and introduced French and Latin, Cyprus becoming institutionally trilingual. In linguistically complex societies, like the medieval Cypriot one, not all speakers are fluent bi or multilinguals, and various levels of competence exist determined by the speaker's social and cultural location. Bilingualism must thus be understood in terms of code mixing or code switching. The term code used in a general sense to involve not only different languages, but also varieties of the same languages and styles within a language. In oral linguistic intercourse, code switching probably occurred from the early 13th century, but textual examples are of a later date. The most eloquent one consists of the late 15th century personal notes of a Frankish Cypriot emigre in Rome, written in the Cypriot dialect with Latin characters, in corrupt French and in Italian. It seems then that the Cypriots functionally and conceptually distinguished between the two base languages, using varieties of Greek, the dialect or the learned language, for certain domains or situations of oral interaction and written expression, and Old French or medieval Latin as a textual language for others. They were also variably competent in the Italian dialects and in Arabic. Shifting from one language to another according to social context, together with the diglossia involved, shifting style or register within the same language, facilitated the permeability of the linguistic frontiers and created the conditions for the emergence of the Greek dialect as a lingua franca for all communicative purposes and for its gradual adoption as a mother tongue by the entire population. Multilingualism, diglossia, and linguistic interaction concerned certain sections of the population. The code and style shifting involved defining social status. The zones of language contact were determined by population distribution. The rural areas, with a largely Greek population, were linguistically more homogeneous than the multilingual urban centers. It is not clear whether social exclusivity affected the linguistic behavior of the Franks. The impact of the Greek demographic superiority was certainly decisive in their learning the local Greek variety, and evidence suggests that by the 14th century, the Frankish elite could master Greek. On the other hand, not all Greeks seem to have mastered French, and one can easily identify the social location of the categories of bi or multilingual Greeks: bureaucrats and civil servants, Greek ecclesiastical or semi-ecclesiastical dignitaries, translators and interpreters, the small intellectual elite, and finally, the rich Greek burgesses, some of whom entered the Frankish nobility in the 15th century. Numerically, these groups represented only a small proportion of the population, but culturally, they were very important in that they became the intermediaries, the language agents between Greeks and Franks. The case of the civil servant, diplomat, and chronicler Leontios Macheras epitomizes the situation. The formation of the Greek Cypriot dialect and its adoption as the lingua franca should not be viewed as the creation of a Creole language. French influences were mainly lexical and phonological and did not affect the morphological or syntactic structures of the Greek language, while bilingualism, in fact, confirmed the integrity of the two alternate languages. The translation of the Assises de la Cour de Bourgeois has generally been regarded as a terminus ante quem for the full formation of the dialect, situated between the late 13th and the mid-14th century. The language of the translation seems to correspond more to an artificial legal language than to the spoken one, with many French loanwords borrowed from the domains of administration and the law, the dialect thus integrating cultural and social modifications. This is true for the majority of the extant texts, whose nature means that they deliver a written, bureaucratic variety of the dialect. The lexical, orthographic, and even paleographical particularities of this technical variety suggest that the users had a mainly oral knowledge of Greek. The language of personal notes in manuscripts probably provides the closest testimony to the spoken language we can have. In the 15th century chronicles of Leontios Macheras and Georgios Voustronios, the medieval Cypriot dialect reaches its maturity. Macheras' choice to use the local Greek vernacular as a literary means rather than learned Greek, Latin, or French indicates both the ignorance of learned Greek and Latin by the author and his audience, and the prevalence of the dialect over French among all Cypriots. The Kypriotes, established as the written language of law, administration, and historiography, Macheras' language bears most of the morphological, syntactic, lexical, and phonological traits of the modern dialect, albeit it bears considerably more French loanwords. Although it is more fixed than the language of the Assises, the multitude of alternate forms and structures shows linguistic fluidity. With the 1489 annexation, Cyprus became a colony of the Republic of Venice, and henceforth cultural alimentation would mainly come from the Italian peninsula. The Cypriot administration continued to use Latin and the local Greek dialect, but the Venetian dialect replaced French. The impact of the Italian language and literature would be instrumental, and Cypriot culture would acquire a distinct Greco-Italian character to the detriment of Frankish culture. The Cypriot society redefined itself, and its identity found an expression in a literary production that linked the Greek and Frankish traditions with the Italian Renaissance culture. 16th century texts attest to most of the linguistic phenomena discussed above for the previous centuries, in particular the Cypriots' varied multilingual competence and the dialect's role as the common oral and written language. In the Greek translation of regulations issued by the Bailli of Karpas, Italian administrative terms are transliterated into Greek. In the Italian translation of the Ravenna recension of Macheras' chronicle, words of the Italian equivalent of which the translator ignores are left in Greek, and you can see the word Ellines here. Common paleographical traits suggest that these translators and or scribes came from the same milieu of bilingual bureaucrats who had only oral knowledge of Greek in the form of the dialect. Etienne de Lusignan claims that 11 languages were spoken in Cyprus and regrets the corruption of the main one, Greek. sorry, I've lost. Okay. And regrets the corruption of the main one, Greek, because of this multilingualism. On the other hand, in the Cypriot canzoniere, the dialect reaches its culmination as a literary language, and the divergence from the language of contemporary marginalia is striking. An important question arises out of this overview of the linguistic situation in Frankish and Venetian Cyprus. Did the Cypriot Greek variety achieve the necessary linguistic divergence and ideological autonomy from the Greek language that would enable it to support the formation of an ethnic group of Cypriots with a separate identity? There are no universally accepted linguistic criteria for distinguishing a language from a dialect of the same language, and the status of language is primarily determined by political and ideological development. A dialect may be elevated to the status of, inverted commas, national language gradually as a result of social and cultural processes in the history of a political entity, or by a conscious choice taken by an aspiring or newly formed nation state in order to create a sense of unity and identity. In the case of losing
May I nudge you to a conclusion?
Yes, I am coming to the conclusion. In the case of losing in Cyprus, many factors favoring the perception of the dialect by its speakers as a national language were present. The geographical distance and isolation from areas where the Greek koine was spoken, the existence of an independent Cypriot political entity, the use of the dialect as a common language of communication and as a mother tongue by the entire population, including the elites, its use as one of the kingdom's official and learned language, its early textualization in authoritative domains. However, although the dialect seems to have been a condition of ethnic affiliation associated with the local identity of Cypriotes, it did not manage to shape a new identity that would prevail over the collective Romaic or Latin identity. This is clearly shown by the terms used by the Cypriots to describe both the Greek language and their dialect. One may suggest several reasons for this. The simultaneous use of French and Latin, the taking over by the Venetians, which interrupted whatever processes were in progress, the Ottoman conquest, which created new political realities, and most importantly, the fact that the dialect never acquired the status of the sacred language of the Christian Church, which used only high varieties of Hellenistic Greek and Latin. On the contrary, this phenomena favored the emergence of what could be described as a diglossia complex, an ambiguous and often contemptuous attitude of the Cypriots towards their dialect. We have already seen the cases of Leontios of Neapolis and Neophytos and Etienne de Lusignan. In an oft-quoted passage, Leontios Macheras, Leontios Macheras deplores the state of the Greek language in Cyprus and describes very eloquently the multicultural construction of the Cypriot dialect and its ideological attachment to the Greek koine throughout the centuries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. We are 30 minutes off schedule, so let's proceed. And I will give very, very efficient introductions to preserve as much time for the speakers. But again, if we could give the presentations within the framework of 15 minutes, that would help us. Okay, our third talk today is from Professor Constantinidis from the University of Ioannina. His work is extremely well known. I don't even need to give a description of all of the wonderful things that he has been interested in his long and distinguished career. His talk today is on 13th century Cyprus, from resistance to accommodation and peaceful coexistence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues and friends, in this paper, we will present briefly the political and religious issues that prevail in Cyprus after the island came under Western rule in the course of the Third Crusade, the strong reaction of the Greek Orthodox Church against the plans of the papacy to bring schismatic Greeks back to the fold of the See of Rome that lasted for 70 years, and the final compromise provided by the Bulla Kypria of Pope Alexander IV in 1260. The well-documented historical events were thoroughly studied since the middle of the 19th century and can be given briefly as follows. In 1184, an adventurous young member of the Comnenian dynasty, Isaac, liberated from captivity in the hands of the Armenians by the Byzantine emperor, arrived in Cyprus with forged documents, took over power, and established himself as an independent ruler. Byzantine fleet sent against him to bring the island back to the empire in 1186 was defeated by the usurper. Contemporary sources speak of Isaac's aggressive policies towards the wealthy upper classes of Cyprus that brought discontent and desperation. The overthrow of Isaac came from an unexpected newcomer, for the King of England, Richard I, taking part in the Third Crusade on his way to the Holy Land, landed on the shores of Cyprus in the spring of 1191, defeated and captured Isaac Comnenus, and took over the strategic island. As Cyprus was lost for the Byzantine Empire and was to remain in Latin rule for almost 4 centuries as the sole outpost of Western Christendom and the last stop of the Holy Land, Syria, and Egypt for pilgrims, merchants, and crusaders. Richard and his army found Cyprus as an ideal place for provisions, but when he left the island and moved on to Acre in June 1191, and was in urgent need of his soldiers left behind on the island and money for his campaign, sold his rights on the island to the Order of the Templars for the sum of 100,000 Saracen peasants. A small body of the Templars arrived on the island and tried to control and exploit their new possession. It was not an easy task. The Cypriots, who had already taken up arms against Richard, attempted to rise and massacre the garrison of Nicosia and forced the Templars to fight their escape from the island in April 1192. They surrendered the island to Richard, who promptly sold it for a second time as a fief to Guy of Lusignan, the former king of Jerusalem. Guy learned his lesson from the mistakes of the Templars, and very wisely by promising fiefs and lands, managed to recruit settlers from Syria and Palestine dispossessed by the Muslims. The new settlers with vested interests helped Guy of Lusignan and his successors to help permanently the island and secure the new regime. The fate of the Byzantine landowning class is not clear. Many seem to have fled to Constantinople, even during the period of Isaac and the capture of the island by Richard. It seems that the remaining members of the upper classes left the island after the arrival of Guy, since there is little evidence of a Greek landowning class surviving during the Lusignan rule. The flight of the aristocracy of Cyprus left the Greek population without their traditional secular leaders. Therefore, any uprising against the Lusignan rulers seems unlikely to succeed. The conquest of Cyprus seems to have destroyed the landowning aristocracy, but not the powerful Orthodox Church, which became autocephalous since the Third Ecumenical Council of Ephesus. The Greek Church may well have lost patronage from the secular authorities and the local aristocracy, but the Orthodox bishops and leading monks became the new leaders of the Orthodox population of the island. It is that natural that the greatest reaction was soon to come from the Orthodox Church. For Aymery, the brother and successor of Guy, determined to secure his possession, asked the crown of Cyprus from the powerful German Emperor Henry VI and became his vassal in 1195. Shortly after, he applied to Pope Celestine III and asked for the establishment of a Catholic hierarchy on the island. The Pope, after securing lands and tithes of the Catholic hierarchy, issued 2 bulls in February and December of 1196, and thus a Latin archdiocese was established in Nicosia with 3 suffragan bishops at Paphos, Limassol, and Famagusta. The establishment of a Latin church hierarchy brought in the island the Catholic orders that remain independent from secular authorities and the Latin hierarchy, and soon acquired landed properties, founded houses and churches in the towns and in rural areas. The establishment of the Catholic Church on Cyprus changed considerably both the political and religious situation on the island. But while the Lusignan kings controlled the settlement in Cyprus of dispossessed crusading families and had a personal relation with their fief holders, in the case of the Catholic hierarchy and the Latin orders, both the establishment and the control relied with the Pope of Rome, to whom they were responsible. A few years later, the Catholic Church consolidated on Cyprus, tried to secure their properties and find a modus vivendi with the Catholic kings and the barons of the island. Thus, with the initiative and the presence of Queen Alice acting as regent to the minor King Henry I of Cyprus, the barons of Cyprus and the Catholic hierarchy, as well as the papal legate Pelagius, 2 subsequent meetings took place in Limassol in 1220 and 2 years later at Famagusta, which resulted in agreements approved by Pope Honorius III. The Orthodox Church of the island was not party to either agreement, though serious decisions concerning the Greek clergy were included in the agreements. Furthermore, it is in the agreement of Famagusta that officially the 14 Orthodox bishops of the island were reduced to 4 and were expelled from their earpancies to rural areas at Solea, Arsinoi, Lefkara, and Carpassia. They also had to be obedient and subordinate to the Latin bishops, to whom they ought to give an oath before consecration. In the 1220s, at the period of civil war and tension on the island, the zeal of Andrew, a Dominican friar, resulted in the interrogation of 13 Orthodox monks in the monastery of Cantara on the issue of the use of leavened or unleavened bread in the Holy Communion. The Greeks considered the Latin practice of azima erroneous, and the insistence of the monks of Cantara to accuse the Latins as being in heresy on this matter led to their imprisonment in 1228. The monks of Cantara insisted to the very end to their views and were brutally executed and burned at the stake publicly in Nicosia in May 1231. Let us now refer briefly to the fierce resistance of the Orthodox against the efforts of the Catholic Church to impose the submission of the Greek Church, which lasted for more than 2 generations. The arrival of Richard I of England and the defeat of Isaac Comnenus brought mixed feelings to the people of Cyprus, who hoped for a peaceful return to the Byzantine Empire. When, however, the Byzantine Emperor Alexios III Angelos wrote to the Pope Innocent III in 1201, demanding the return of Cyprus to the empire from its illegal usurpers, the Pope answered that this cannot be fulfilled since Richard gained the island from someone who was not a subject of Byzantium. Even more, a few years later, in 1204, the empire itself fell victim to the soldiers of the Fourth Crusade, who captured Constantinople and agreed on the partition of the territories of Romania among the leaders of the crusading army and the Venetian Republic. To begin with, and until 1196, the Cypriots believed that Western domination would soon be terminated. Let us see the reaction of a contemporary eyewitness, Neophytos the recluse. Neophytos expected the alien rule to come soon to an end, and thus he continued the expansion of his troglodytic monastery of the Anglistra and the completion of its wall paintings that started in the 1180s. For it seems that church officials from the bishopric of Paphos have joined the monastic community after the conquest of the island by Richard, who seem to have convinced neophytes to acquire moderate arable and pastoral land and a vineyard to meet the needs of the monastery after it had lost the patronage of the local bishop. That Neophytos was aware of the political, social, and religious changes in Cyprus is evident from his own writings. For in a brief report of 1196 to his spiritual son, who fled to Constantinople, he speaks of his sufferings, and the difficult future expecting the people of the island. Furthermore, in his treatise on the 7 ecumenical councils, he denounces the Church of Rome for its innovations in creed and ritual, and suggests that the differences between the two churches can only be solved through the medium of an ecumenical council. In his Typicon, drawn up in May 1214, he advised his monks to avoid any future project for the building of a Catholicon unless they possess all the necessary resources. Even more, accepting the status quo on the island, he asked the Lusitanian king to protect the Anglistra from outside threats and requested his intervention so that his monks will continue their contacts with the Byzantine emperor. Strong reaction came from the Archbishop of the island and his bishops, who were in close relation with the Ecumenical Patriarchate, then in Nicaea. Thus, in 1209, a Cypriot delegation asked and was granted the approval of the Patriarchate for the election of the new Archbishop Esaias the year before. But shortly after the agreements of Limassol and Famagusta, when the new Archbishop Neophytos was sent to exile, a delegation led by the Bishop of Solea, Leontios, traveled to Nicaea to seek spiritual support. The newly elected Patriarch Germanos II addressed a letter to the Orthodox of Cyprus advising them to employ the Byzantine economia without betraying their faith. A few years later, when the Byzantine Empire, then in exile in Nicaea, managed to expel the Latins from Asia Minor, Germanos addressed a second letter to the Orthodox of Cyprus in 1229, urging them to resist to the plans of the Latin Church for submission and acceptance of the Catholic doctrine, and threatening with excommunication those who had already done so. The spiritual guidance of the Patriarch and the arrival of Orthodox monks from Asia Minor and Syria strengthened the morale of the Orthodox of Cyprus and led to the martyrdom of the 13 monks of the monastery of Cantara. The Ecumenical Patriarch Germanos reacted on behalf of the Orthodox of Cyprus and addressed a complaining letter to Pope Gregory IX after this unprecedented behavior by the Catholic Church to Christian brethren took place in Cyprus. The martyrdom of the monks of Cantara strengthened the resistance of the Orthodox of Cyprus against the Latins. Thus, when Pope Gregory IX insisted in 1238 that the Greeks should swear an oath of obedience to Rome, Archbishop Neophytos, his suffragan bishops, and many ecclesiastics left the island and took refuge to Cilicia and Armenia. The next Pope, Innocent IV, introduced a new policy of the Holy See, leading to conciliation rather than persecution. And thus, by 1248, the Greek clergy returned to the island. The Greek hierarchy submitted to Evdes, the new papal legate, certain demands, and thus a direct contact with the See of Rome was initiated. The fact, however, that the Empire of Nicaea was involved in negotiations with the Catholic Church for church union in the 1250s left the Cypriots without spiritual guidance and hopeless in their efforts to retain their traditional Orthodox belief. The new Archbishop Germanos was involved in negotiations for a compromise with the Catholic Church, which could guarantee the survival of the Orthodox of Cyprus and prevent the Catholic hierarchy and the Western lords of the island from constant pressure. The compromise was reached in 1260 and is clearly stated in the Constitutio Cypria of Pope Alexander IV. The bulla reconfirmed what had already taken place in Cyprus, such as the reduction of the 14 bishops to 4, and gave to the Orthodox bishop the right of appeal to the See of Rome. The Archbishopric of Nicosia was to be abolished after the death of Archbishop Germanos, though the Bishop of Solea was to remain first in rank among his fellow bishops. The bulla had recently been described as a Magna Carta, or the constitution of the Orthodox Church of the island for the remaining 3 centuries of Latin rule. In fact, the bulla Cypria was a victory of the Latin Church and ruled out the official submission of the Orthodox Church of Cyprus. It may be accurate that the bulla saved the Orthodox from further humiliation and demands from the side of the Latin Church. In that sense, it was a compromise and an accommodation to the political and religious conditions that prevail in Cyprus for almost 70 years. The terms of the bulla gave the possibility to the Catholic Church for constant interference in the affairs of the autocephalous Church of Cyprus. Such a compromise could not be accepted by the Ecumenical Patriarchate, restoring Constantinople in 1261, and led to the expulsion of the Church of Cyprus from the community of Orthodox churches. The bulla may have brought peace to the Orthodox of the island, who survived side by side with the declining Catholic Church and mostly absent Archiepiscopi Nicosienses in the years to come. To conclude, the Western Christians behave in Cyprus as conquerors, and this is also the case with the Catholic Church and the Latin orders, who seem to have ignored the indigenous Greek population devoted to their own Orthodox Church. They seem to have looked down on them with arrogance and considered them as schismatics who had to return to the true fold of the See of Rome. The bulla Cypria imposed on them did indeed allow them to survive in humiliation and away from the other Orthodox churches. In fact, the Church of Cyprus tried in vain to be accepted back by the Patriarchate of Constantinople in the early 15th century. Thus, when the Ottoman Turks conquered Cyprus in 1570 and expelled the Latins, took over their properties, and turned to most of their churches, there were few of those left on the island to lament for their misfortunes. For it is shortly after the Ottoman Conquest that the heavy burden of the Constitutio Cypria of 1260 came to an end. The Greek Church of Cyprus was accepted back in the community of the Orthodox churches, and the indigenous Greek population of the island gradually recovered their traditional identity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Konstantinidis. And let's move now to our 4th speaker, Jack Dooley from Royal Holloway. He is interested in Paleologan society and culture, and he's writing his doctoral thesis concerning the Gazmuli, which he'll explain to us. Title of his talk is Familial Connectivities in Late Byzantium, the Case of the Gazmuli.
Thank you very much. Familial connectivities are the links formed within family groups and form an important aspect of inter-ethnic relations. This process often led to the formation of mixed ethnic groups through the development of family groups made up of individuals from different ethnicities. The result is offspring who inherit and transmit aspects of each of these 2 or more ethnicities. Placed on the crossroads between continents, peoples, religions, and cultures, Byzantium presents the perfect conditions for this intermixing. The Gazmuli, on who we shall focus, were such a group of a mixed Greco-Latin ethnic background, the result of movements of Western European peoples into the Byzantine Empire. The term Gazmulos most likely derives from the combination of the Latin words bastardus and mulus to form basmul, from which comes Vasmulos, and eventually Gazmulos. These terms highlight the Gazmulis' mixed heritage and possibly a belief that they were largely born out of wedlock. So far, we have come across this term first in Nikitas Koniatis' history, where he gives a brief description of the Gazmuli within a military setting. Numerous references to the Gazmuli appear in subsequent Byzantine sources, including the historical accounts by Pachymeres, Gregoras, and Ducas. What is common in these sources is that, rather than identifying Gazmuli as a separate ethnic group, they refer to them usually within a military context, as an auxiliary naval corps, distinguishing them from the Byzantine army and navy proper. To what extent, however, did the Gazmuli perceive themselves as a separate group or an integral part of Byzantine society? To gain a better understanding of this, we need to turn to prosopography in order to explore familial connectivities amongst the Gazmuli and between Gazmuli and other groups. As a case study, we have chosen a family who appears extensively within the Paleologan sources, namely the Phangopoly. Their name derives from Frankos, Greek for Frankus, and the suffix poulos, meaning son of. The first individuals with this name can be found in the 11th century, starting with the famous Latin knight and rebel of Phangopolis, Averios in the sources. By the end of the 12th century, the Phangopoly would become well documented as holding various professions and positions within the empire. Starting with the church, the Phangopoly appear to have firmly established themselves, reaching high offices. John Frankopoulos appears as grammatikos and one of 5 orators who gave speeches in honor of the Patriarch George II Ziphilinos of 1191 to 98 on Lazarus Sunday at the end of the 12th century. John's companions include the scholar and Maester ton Rhetoron, George Tonikis the Younger, and possibly Manuel Sarentenos, the later Patriarch of Constantinople of 1217 to 22. Another member of the Phangopoly, who had a rather intriguing career in the church, was Andronicus Phangopoulos, whom we know from George Pachymeres. Andronicus held the position of Erotatos Grammatikos, namely High Ecclesiastical Secretary in the Patriarchate, and was a close associate of Patriarch Arsenios Afterenianos, reigns of 1254 to 60 and 61 to 65. In 1265, Andronicus was accused of a plot to murder the Emperor Michael VIII Palaeologus of a reign of 1259 to 82. The plot was later foiled when a certain Charles, who was previously involved in the murder of George and Andronicus Musalon in 1258, revealed the plan to Michael VIII. It is unclear what happened to Andronicus once the plot was uncovered. Pachymeres simply mentions that he was punished. What is clear, however, is that the Phangopoly had found their way to the top of the ecclesiastical circle by this point. Not all Phangopoly associated themselves with church politics. On a more spiritual tone, we meet Maria Phangopolina, who appears in the list of posthumous miracles of Saint Athanasius, written by Theoktistos the Studite in the 1320s or 1330s. Maria was reported to have been healed of an affliction to the uterus or belly by burning a piece of the saint's clothing and inhaling the fumes. It is clear that, by the second half of the 13th century, mainly as a result of the fall of Constantinople to the armies of the Fourth Crusade in 1204 and the subsequent partition and occupation of the empire, the Phangopoly had become increasingly involved in Byzantine life and culture. This is also visible in the roles the Phangopoly assumed in the world of learning and education. This is best exemplified by a letter of Emperor Theodore II Ducas Lascaris to another Andronicus Phangopoulos and his colleague Mikhail Sennacherib sometime between 1254 and 1258. This letter concerns the founding of a school of higher education in the Church of Saint Tryphon in Nicaea. This school would become a center of education in the difficult years of the empire in exile. Actually, Andronicus appears to be one in a series of Phangopoly involved in the intellectual and educational spheres. We are fortunate enough to have a surviving etymological handbook copied for a certain George Phangopolis in 1310, which still remains largely unedited. Another intriguing piece of evidence demonstrating the involvement of the Phangopoly in intellectual jousts is the case of two letters by a certain Melogelas addressed to Michael Phangopolis, chastising him over his attack of Libanius and the Sophist school. It is important to note that Andronicus, George, and Michael Phangopoly, as in the aforementioned cases with the ecclesiastical officials Andronicus and John Phangopoulos, enjoyed high status even though they were clearly of mixed Frankish descent. The Phangopoly would also rise in the ranks of the military. As reported before, Gazmuli were mainly recruited in the Byzantine navy. This is recorded by Choniates, who states that the Gazmuli served as lightly equipped marines. This is attested in the members of the Phangopoly family, such as Konstantinos Phangopoulos, who lived on the turn of the 12th and 13th centuries. He was a noted privateer who raided the northern coast of Anatolia before being handed over by Alexios III Angelos, reign of 1195 to 1203, to the Sultan of Rum, Ruk ad-Din Suleiman Shah II, reign of 1196 to 1204, and was punished for his piratical activities. Another privateer, this time raiding Venetian rather than Turkish ships, was a second Phangopolis, who appears as a member of Michael VIII's retinue, a hominem domini imperatoris. In 1285, as we know, much of the Byzantine fleet was disbanded, leaving many Gazmuli unemployed, and it is after this point that we no longer find any notable Phangopoly in the remaining Byzantine navy. Internal politics seems to have been an area where the Phangopoly excelled. The earliest case so far is George Phangopoulos, who appears in the Acts of Demetrios Chomantenos as possessing the authority of Thessaloniki in 1213, during the regency of Empress Margaret of Hungary, reign of 1207 to 1216. The fact that a Gazmulos was given such a position within the Latin Empire is indicative of his power. Phangopoulos' ability to speak both Latin and Greek, which is noted as a feature of the Gazmuli by Pachymeres, must have played an important role in his appointment. By the 14th century, the Phangopoly would increase their presence and influence in the Byzantine politics amidst a period of upheaval culminating with the civil wars. During the rebellion of Adrianople between 1341 and 46, which occurred in parallel with the Zealot rebellion in Thessaloniki, a certain Phangopoulos is recorded as one of the leaders of the Adrianople rebellion against the ruling Dinatoi. He initially supported John V Palaiologos until he changed sides after the rebellion was defeated in 1346 and joined John VI Cantacuzenos, circa 1292 to 1383, against his previous master. In his autobiographical history, Cantacuzenos offers a vivid description of Phangopoulos' efforts, despite his suffering from erysipelas, a condition of the skin. He saved the emperor from an attempted assassination by poisoning. The Phangopoly would reach the heights of their political power towards the end of the 14th century with the rise of the family branch in the Morea. We start with Manuel Phangopoulos, who was active between 1394 and 1407. He was a notable diplomat in the court of Theodore I Palaiologos, despot in Morea, between 1383 and 1407. Manuel was entrusted with diplomatic missions to the Venetians and to the Duke of Athens, Nerio Acciaiuoli, 1385 to 1394. He also acted on behalf of his unnamed brother in a dispute over the fortress of Grevenon in the Peloponnese, which had been seized by the Orthodox Metropolitan of Patras, Maximos. This diplomatic incident would occupy the highest officials of the Byzantine government. Manuel was followed by John Phangopoulos, possibly his grandson, who secured the positions of protostrator, like his grandfather and Catholicos Mesazon, as recorded on the surviving fresco and inscriptions on columns of the Pantanaza monastery in Mistras, which he restored. We should not ignore Gazmuli in the lower strata of Byzantine society, who formed the basis of such a society. We are fortunate that a number of Phangopoly appear in the Acts of the monasteries on Mount Athos in the 14th century. Among them, a certain Phangopolis who owned a vineyard in Chaldiki, or another who was a surveyor in Firma near Thessaloniki, and a certain Phangopolis whose house in Constantinople was owned by the Laveran monastery at Athos. I choose to close my paper with my favourite cases of 3 Phangopoly. Our first 2 represent a not so pleasant and honourable side of the family. Both appear in letters involving well-known officials of the church and state. The first is Nicholas Frangopoulos. In a letter by an anonymous author to the Megas Logophetes Theodore Metachetes, the author reports our Nicholas to Metachetes for serious criminal misdeeds. Nicolaus not only illegally misappropriated the dowry of his wife Anna, but also sold it to make a profit and eloped with this money. The second case involves an anonymous Frangopoulos who appears to be a member of the Byzantine Mafia. In 3 letters to the Patriarch of Constantinople, Gregory II gives an account of the criminal actions of Frangopoulos and his gang of Saconians, who terrorized the poor family of the anonymous Megas Sakalarius, attempting to unsuccessfully rape and abduct his beautiful young daughters. Having failed in his attempts, Nicolaus was arrested and imprisoned only to pretend to be dead in an attempt to escape. Gregory's description of Frangopoulos reflects a young man characterized by youthful narcissism and vanity, obsessed with his long hair. Our final Frangopoulos was involved in a hitherto unknown military expedition to Belgrade. Michael Frangopoulos appears in 2 notes by 2 14th century hands on the final folio of Oxford Magdalen College, Grecus 3. The first is a short unpublished message written in such a difficult hand that the compiler and editor of the catalogue of the manuscripts in this collection did not transcribe it. A closer look at the note, however, reveals that a certain Frangopoulos was sent on a secret mission to Belgrade by an anonymous high court official who possessed the title of Megas Hateriakis. The message also reports a preparation for an expedition, for which a meeting is planned between the Megas Hateriakis and the leaders of Belgrade. The second note preserves the beginning of a decis, a petition in which Frangopoulos, I assume the same person who wrote the previous letter, is appealing to an anonymous emperor to resolve an issue relating to his father and forefathers. This note is repeated on the same page by way of pen trial. This new evidence raises several questions surrounding the nature of the reported meeting and the petition. Are these 2 persons and events connected in some way? Who was Megas Hateriakis? Are they related to a known or unknown episode of Byzantine-Serbian relations? These questions are yet to be answered. What is clear, however, and of great interest in our research, is that our sources so far, there is no mention or allusion to the Phangopoly being Gazmuli, or indeed that this element is a positive or negative aspect of their characters and actions. This is indicative, I feel, of the Byzantine attitudes towards the offspring of mixed Greco-Latin marriages, as we saw with the successful members of the Phangopoly. Insofar as the Phangopoly Gazmuli are concerned, the late Byzantine world was open to those who embraced Greek language, customs, culture, and religion. Our research continues, exploring other families, including the Orsini and Epirus, whose despots were of mixed Italian-Greek origin. To conclude, the examples we have examined show us the ability and ways in which Gazmuli align themselves with the general Byzantine population. The question remains as to what degree, in which generation, and under which circumstances they considered themselves Romaoi in the sense of members of the Byzantine Orthodox Christian Church, subjects of the Roman state, and participants of Greek language, education, and culture, the pillars and main criteria of Byzantine identity. In this direction, we are currently examining sources in order to better understand the variant and sometimes interchangeable use of terms, such as ethnos, philon, yenos, and laos, with relation to modern concepts of ethnicity, nation, race, and others, in the wider discourse on identity and the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Perfectly timed. Okay. Well, let's move on now to our fifth and final speaker, Dr. Chrysovalandis Kyriakou, also from Royal Holloway. And I have lost my image completely. Okay, I'm back again.
Apologies, I just shared my screen, sorry.
Well, that was a very, very dramatic piece of sharing, I must say. Okay. All right. Dr. Kyriakou's interest is Byzantine and post-Byzantine Cyprus. And he will speak to us on colonization, boundaries, and multiple identities in the late Byzantine Mediterranean, the status quaestiones.
So thank you, Professor Reinert. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is not my intention to provide a detailed survey on whether the Crusades should or should not be interpreted as colonial or proto-colonial movements. Anyone interested on the subject will need to consult the balanced and updated introduction to this question by Andrew Juriski in his Crusading and the Crusaded States. Instead, I would like to share with you some thoughts on why the histories of Latin-ruled Orthodox populations could profit from analytical tools related to post-colonial theory, at last leaving behind the legacies of imperialism, colonialism, and nationalism. For the sake of brevity, I will limit myself to key themes and concepts associated with colonization and colonialism, leaving beyond the scope of my paper the general reception of the Crusades by national historiographers in Greece and Cyprus. The expansion of French colonialism in the later 19th and 20th century gave rise to colonial perception of the Crusades. In 1883, Emmanuel Rey published his monograph on the Frankish Crusader colonies of Syria, noting the considerable influence exercised by Greeks and Muslims on these societies. From the perspective of Camille Enlart, author of a 2-volume classic on Gothic art and the Renaissance in Cyprus, 1899, quote, the French colonists were numerous and intelligent, whereas the indigenous population of Cyprus was sparse, not very active, and not well educated, which largely led the Greeks under the influence of their conquerors while exercising practically no influence on them, unquote. Enlart's statement is echoed even today in the claims of some colleagues presenting the Cypriot peasantry as passive and unwilling to resist against the status quo imposed on them by the Latins. Back in the early 20th century, Louis Matelan and René Grosset developed the colonial paradigm in the Outremer even further. In the words of Raymond Smail, who objected their arguments, quote, the French were beloved because they did not, although conquerors, remain aloof from the people over whom they ruled. The result was the intermarriage of East and West. The offspring was not only une civilisation originale, but also une nation franco-syrienne, unquote. After the Second World War, Smail and Joshua Prower became the main advocates of the opposing hermeneutical line. According to Smail, quote, the rule of the Franks in Syria had been founded and continued to rest on force, since the Frankish ruling class exploited the subject peoples economically, making little difference to the daily life of the Syrians, unquote. For Prower, quote, non-integration, or more exactly apartheid, had deep-reaching influences in the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, unquote. As argued by Ronnie Elleblum, both Smail and Prower were influenced by contemporary views of British colonialism in the case of Smail and Zionist establishment in Palestine in the case of Prower. Prower's portrayal of a segregated colonial society is also traceable in Aristides Papadakis' narrative of Latin ecclesiastical colonialism, quote-unquote, Latin ecclesiastical colonialism during the Crusades, in the monumental 4th volume of the Church in History by St. Vladimir's Seminary Press, published in 1994. Despite these criticisms, the image of assimilated Mediterranean societies under Latin Christian domination persisted, and with good reason. At the threshold of the new millennium, Benjamin Kedar and Elleblum's work on Frankish settlement in the Holy Land functioned as a valuable corrective to Prower's segregation model. Bernard Hamilton, Andrew Njotitsky, and Johannes Palic underlined the degree of social, cultural, and even spiritual contact between Latins and Orthodox Christians in the Middle East. Christopher Makevich's 2008 study on the Franks and the local Christians of the Outremer stressed the elements of conviviality and interaction. Sally McKee's monograph on 14th century Venetian Crete, 2000, challenged the existence of rigid ethnic dichotomies between Latins and Greeks, arguing that, quote, the resort to ethnic identity as a prima facie explanation for behavior is insufficient, unquote. Focusing on the former Byzantine territories under the Latins as laboratories of cultural synthesis, Elizabeth Jeffries and Cyril Mango spoke in 2002 of a shared Franco-Greek culture. These developments are echoed in a major collaborative volume on Cyprus edited in 2005 by Angel Nicolaou Konari and Chris Chapel. Likewise, the picture of integrated societies after the 13th century is supported by the ongoing publication of Pebal Boularia by Chapel and others concerning Cyprus, mainland Greece, and the Aegean. The enthusiastic reception of the image of multicultural Latin-ruled Cyprus has been so great that in 2006, 2 years after the accession of Cyprus to the EU and the failure of a UN plan to resolve the Cyprus issue, the Cyprus Press and Information Office published a collection of studies entitled Cyprus Has Always Been Europe, covering, among others, the Hellenistic, Roman, Lusignan, Venetian, and British periods, but excluding the Byzantine and the Ottoman periods as Oriental and non-European. It seems that for some Cypriot officials and policymakers, being more European and perhaps also being more Greek meant being more British or French, instead of mind labeled by Michael Hertzfeld as crypto-colonialism. I hope that my sketchy historiographical presentation of the last 2 decades has made visible the heavy blows received by Brouwer's apartheid regime theory. Back in 1993, Robert Bartlett considered conquest, colonization, and cultural change as the main driving forces behind the expansion of Latin Christendom and the making of Europe. But is there still room for a colonial interpretation of the Crusades? The models of integration or segregation, Christopher Tiemann soberly observes, exist as part of arguments borrowed from separate historical, political, or cultural discussions. This could partly explain why, unlike their medievalist colleagues, Byzantinists have largely avoided, at least in the last 20 years, dipping their toes into the waters of the integration-segregation debate. But it is one thing to compare apples to oranges, and another to use analytical tools to slice and eat your apple. Thus, George Dimakopoulos' 2019 monograph on the Latin conquest of Byzantine lands after 1204 draws heavily from post-colonial theory so as to understand more comprehensively the experience of both colonizing and colonized historical actors. One of the merits of Dimakopoulos' book is that it engages with the long-lasting effects of the Latin conquest. After 1204, he writes, elite Greek Christians could no longer define what it meant to be Christian or even a loyal Byzantine without some resource to a hegemonic Latin church. While they may not have responded to this new situation with a single voice, there is no doubt that they were all forced to respond. This, according to Dimakopoulos, transformed in profound ways Orthodox Christian theology to this day. Dimakopoulos has turned to the interplay between experience and spirituality theology in the context of Orthodox subjugation to the Latins is not a voice in the wilderness. An impressive body of earlier historical, hagiographical, liturgical, paleographical, and archaeological studies on Cyprus has opened, I believe, a window into the hearts and minds of Orthodox Christians under the Franks and the Venetians. After 2018, this corpus has been enriched by my own work on the subject. A central question in my research revolves around nonviolent resistance and symbolic boundaries. If there was no anti-Latin resistance, why did many Orthodox insist so much in preserving their rites and customs? If doctrinal and ritual differences between the old and new Rome did not matter, how are we to interpret the Orthodox Cypriot perception of the Latin doctrines and ritual practices as heretical and impure? Boundary building offers an alternative path to the study of Orthodox populations in the late medieval Mediterranean, by moving beyond the inclusion-exclusion divide, I propose that we should accept both as intrinsic elements of coexistence in medieval societies. This paradox is acknowledged by David Nirenberg and Brian Catlos, for example, in their respective studies on medieval Spain, France, and Italy. My understanding of boundaries is informed by the work of three distinguished social anthropologists, Meryn Douglas, who famously influenced Peter Brown's perception of the holy man in late antiquity, Frederick Barth, and Anthony Cohen. Our main literary sources for the study of symbolic boundaries are theological, canonical, hagiographical, and liturgical texts, as well as lists of religious errors. Morals, icons, and architecture, for example, spatial division in shared churches, are also important. What follows is a brief outline of the main characteristics of symbolic boundaries based on empirical observation and evidence by the aforementioned scholars. And I provide my own examples from Cyprus. First, they are crucial in defining communities. Second, they are symbolic, hence subjective and not objectively determined. Third, they are relational and not absolute in the sense that they define us in relation to them, promoting stereotyping. Fourth, they are informed by the body and kinesthetic experiences. For example, in Cyprus, we have debates over proper bodily posture during the liturgy or the valid type of bread to be used in the Eucharist. Fifth, they are often expressed through rituals and perceptions of purity and impurity. See my previous example. Sixth, they create a sense of shared belonging through a common symbolic language. This, however, could be proved illusory, since not all members of the community share the same meaning of boundaries or are restricted by them in their social relationships and actions. This is true, for example, for the socially elevated Greeks and Syrians in Latin-ruled Cyprus. And seven, symbolic boundaries are not necessarily divisive, but frame the communication both within the community as well as between communities. For instance, a Cypriot Franciscan, sometime after the Council of Florence, attempted to persuade his Orthodox audience for the correctness of the Latin doctrines of purgatory and the beatific vision by extensively quoting from Greek patristic and liturgical authorities. Being subjective and non-rigid, the symbolic boundaries of a community invite the development of multiple identities. Rather than seeking the chimera of singular identities in the Latin-ruled Mediterranean, we should rather perceive them as plural, embracing religion and culture, class and gender, profession and language, morals and politics. Different layers of identity link individuals and contexts, creating hierarchies and intersections of self-perceptions, values, and practices. According to Amartya Sen, quote, belonging to each one of the membership groups can be quite important, depending on the particular context. When they compete for attention and priority over each other, the person has to decide on the relative importance to attach to the respective identities, which will again depend on the exact context, unquote. Accused by Joseph Bryennios, the patriarchal representative, as Latin-minded in 1406, the Cypriot bishops stressed the situational performance of obedience to the papacy by claiming that, quote, in our hearts and our churches, we do as we like and we believe and live in the same way, unquote. Εμείς δαυτοί εν τες ψυχές ημών και τες εκκλησίες ως θέλομεν, ούτω και πιστεύομεν και διάγομεν. The very fact that the Cypriots took the risk of approaching the great church for a confirmation of their orthodoxy while also responding to the reality of living under a Frankish king and the Bulla Cypria reflects this complexity. Around the 1360s, John, the Orthodox Cypriot Bishop of Carpassia, could be loyal to both the Frankish king and the Byzantine emperor, supervising the construction of Byzantine Rite Cathedral in the Gothic style and supporting the Palamine Hesychast site in the Hesychast controversy. To conclude, the late Byzantine Mediterranean, to which this colloquium is devoted, emerges in my understanding as a symbolic universe of boundaries and multiple identities. It is a thick web of interconnected nodes, partially restoring the unity of the fragmented Orthodox ecumeny through faith and culture in ways dynamically including symbiosis, collaboration, and exchange with the Christian other. Ultimately, faith, culture, and broader communal belonging could be equally important to social and local identities. How else can we explain, for example, the distress and sorrow of the anonymous poet in the lament for Constantinople, most probably composed by a Cypriot in the Lusignan court soon after 1453? When I remember the beauty of Constantinople, I sigh and mourn and beat my chest in grief. The angels and the saints no longer help us. Όταν εις νου να θυμηθώ της πόλεως τα κάλλη, στενάζω και οδύρωμαι και τύπτω εις το στήθος, και άγγελοι και άγιοι πλέον ου βοηθούσι. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's my great privilege to welcome you back on the second part of this session with 5 interesting papers, and I would be very pleased if the speakers will keep the 15 minutes and allow some time for discussion in the end. Our first speaker is Dr. Efi Raya, assistant professor in Byzantine history at the Department of History of the University of Thessaly. Her research covers various aspects of Byzantine social history, including the composition, identity, and mechanism of social projection of Byzantine social groups, and many other interesting topics. Today, she will speak to us on disintegration and recomposition in the 13th century between reality and legend in the last century of Byzantine administration in Asia Minor.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you all. And thanks for the invitation to be here. It's an honor. I will begin immediately, and I hope I will not pass the time. Okay, so the 13th century is one of the most interesting eras of Byzantine history, as it begins with the loss of Constantinople in 1204 and ends with the loss of Asia Minor in 1302. The century features the expulsion of the Byzantines from the center of the empire, Constantinople, the struggle of the successor states for survival, the violent and bloody change of dynasty in 1258, and the subsequent return to the capital in 1261, as well as the controversial church union of Lyon. The century ends with the loss of Asia Minor in the fateful year 1302. All these events deeply affected the perception of the Byzantines for their own history. The evidence gathered in this paper are rather marked for the alteration of the events, their manipulation and falsification, and I will begin immediately because of the restricted time. While the events that unfolded in Asia Minor after 1204 have been narrated in detail by Nikitas Choniatis and George Akropolitis, who recorded the official and rather leveled version, this troubled period was the object of the life of St. John Vatazis the Merciful, written after 1352 by George of Pelagonia. The life reproduces the local tradition maintained by the population of Lydia, and in particular of Magnesia of Sipylus. George of Pelagonia structured his text around 3 figures, Constantine Vatazis, Theodore Laskaris, and John III Vatazis, and appropriated the illustrious story of John Komnenos Vatazis, nephew of Emperor Manuel Komnenos, for the first, who is signaled as John III's grandfather. Thus, John III is not merely a benevolent and efficient emperor who is praised for these qualities, adorned in addition, as expected in a hagiographical text, with the necessary virtue of philanthropy, which eventually gave him his sanctity. He belongs to a series of worthy men who proved their valor not by reigning, but by facing adverse and hostile conditions, and his life is the culmination of that line. This remarkable build-up indeed has heroes and anti-heroes, or true villains, that sought to bring about the destruction of the nation, the Genos. It is not the story of one hero, but 3. George of Pelagonia was aware of the official historical version of the events, but did not set out himself to write a history. The historical core is almost entirely replaced by potentially one version of the local tradition of Magnesia, covering the period from about 1176 to the death of Emperor John III Vatazis. This type of work makes it difficult, if not impossible, to distinguish between the elements pertaining to the legend of John III and the role of the author in the structure and the content of his work, or even in some cases between the legend and the true events. But by making the connection among these historical figures and by writing in this manner, George of Pelagonia attempted to analyze, justify, and arrange the events in such a manner that explains the ascent of John III Vatatzis to the throne, and in the process managed to introduce some truly original ideas. Apparently, the tradition of Magnesia had appropriated the imperial name Constantine for John Komnenos Vatatzis and attributed the names Nikephoros and Theodore for his sons, Manuel and Alexius. We never learn which of the two sons of this legendary Constantine Vatatzis was supposed to be the father of John III. All that we know is that the sons were caught and blinded for their participation in their father's revolt against Andronikos I Komnenos, and thus, whoever the father was, according to this belief, he was blind. Although folklore memory may have substituted the real names of the protagonists with others, the real question here is why did George of Pelagonia not correct them? In my opinion, the author or the tradition he was following tried to place John III among the new Constantines, since this name is missing from his own dynasty and he as an emperor was never praised as new Constantine. At the same time, however, Theodore Laskaris families also comprised at least one Constantine. And lastly, these names are usual in the family of the Angeli. Both the Sevastokrator John Angelos and Andronikos Angelos, grandsons of Alexius I and nephews of Emperor Manuel I, had sons named Constantine and Theodore. The sons of the first, indeed, the illegitimate Michael Angelos and his brother Theodore, in fact, founded the Despotate of Epirus, and Nikephoros Angelos later married the granddaughter of John III, Maria. If indeed such a fusion of family traditions occurred in the creation of the legend, then the role of the Western provinces might be important in this process. The author himself was Bishop of Pelagonia, a city that for some time belonged to the Despotate of Epirus. Still, George does not pay much attention to the time of the expansion of Nicaea in the European provinces. He, John III, cleared the country, drove away the barbarians, rooted out the tyrants, and replaced them with leaders who respected the law, chastened the people of the cities, the Dimi, for their disorder, and he removed what was detrimental and harmful. Although the author returns to the problem of the cities and the Dimi, the reason is the political stance of the cities in the 14th century, not in the reign of John III. The continuous back and forth, the juxtaposition of the time around 1204 and the middle of the 14th century is a continuous theme and the method of the author that makes the life of John Vatatzis the Merciful unexpectedly interesting. George of Pelagonia paints a grim picture of the period between 1180 and 1204. The events only prove the deep moral decay of the rulers. There was nothing sacred to those who stood by and watched as Constantinople came under Latin rule, and it was fair that they died the way they died. Surprisingly, George does not attribute the situation to the wrath of God for the sins of the Byzantines, although this aspect is of course found elsewhere in his text, but to the lack of education of the people in charge at the time, kings, officers, and servants alike. The proper education, informs the author, cultivates a noble morale and a brave character, a free spirit and stately stature, and the knowledge to do what needs to be done. This was missing then as it was missing in the author's time, and as a result, the people suffered the same. For this reason, our fate is no less absurd. But this elaborate condemnation of the protagonists of that period, and by implication of his own, is used for rejecting inherited succession on the grounds that the sons of kings are corrupt, soft, and stupid, and those sons of kings who are unworthy themselves are often worse because their life lacks rhythmos. In George's understanding, his own time bears the same characteristics of disintegration, collapse, and ruin as that before 1204. In this blackened background, the example of men such as Constantine, in reality John Komnenos Vatatzis, shines even brighter. Capable men and not sons of kings should be rewarded after they had proven their worth as private individuals, but even if the people, the demos, governed by irrationality, chose someone else as king, then these men are better than undeserving kings. This theoretical construct, inspired obviously by the events of 1204 and those of the Second Civil War, justifies the rise of Theodore I Laskaris and John III Vatatzis. George goes at great lengths to prove that John III was elected unanimously by the king, the generals and officers, the archons, and the people. The Dimi, again, plainly by the entire hierarchy as αυτής. Their vote was right and just. The significance of this framework is even greater than it looks at first, as George of Pelagonia, a philosopher, inserted into his narrative theological notions. The pseudo-Dionysian principle of rhythm binds the order of the heavenly and therefore the earthly world, which is characterized by hierarchia. Therefore, as the disappearance of rhythm explains how and why everything collapsed, the election of John III Vatatzes, meaning the vote of the people, reestablishes the order that was lost to the Byzantines prior to 1204. In this context, the vote acquires paramount significance for the maintenance of the order of the polity. It should be noted that the concern of the for the rights ruler and the way of governing is not exclusive to George of Pelagonia. Nikephoros Grigoras, writing at about the same time, noted how John III refrained from associating Theodore II to power before his death, unlike Michael VIII. Michael Palaiologos is indeed singled out by Grigoras for the deep love he nourished for his sons, which, according to his narrative, is the reason why he had Andronicus II crowned already as a small child, and why he lavished riches on them, in particular his youngest, Constantine. But already Emperor Theodore II Lascaris proposed alternative ways to the aristocratic-driven imperial governorship. After his death, George Mouzallon responded to the pressure of the aristocracy by advocating for cooperation and accountability. Neither went as far as to suggest that the emperor should be chosen by the people, although Nikephoros Grigoras implies that the partiality of Michael VIII was the cause of many mistakes. As George of Pelagonia was anti-Palamite and consequently probably an adversary of John VI Kantacousinos, his theory is to be understood against the background of the Second Civil War, but perhaps may as well be placed in the context of a discussion that at the time of the writing of the life was already more than a century old. However, the legend of John Vatatzes is widely known because it adapts the duel of Emperor Theodore Lascaris with the Sultan of Iconium Kaikosfrau I. The duel took place at the end of a battle that was a clear defeat, but the unexpected ending turned the tables in favor of the Byzantines. What author would like to have it in his hero's arc? George of Pelagonia places it in the context of a generalized war that supposedly took place in the first years of John III Vatatzes' reign. The emperor's single combat with the Sultan is placed in the context of the second battle, and indeed is presented as a personal vendetta. As is logical, the original defeat has been eliminated, but this subversion casts doubt on the historicity of the events, meaning the alleged Turkish invasions in the 1220s. But this is not the only adaptation of the duel. In Nikephoros Grigoras' version, Theodore I is presented like a fiction hero. Despite the heavy blow he had taken in the head, the emperor stood on his feet and looked unwaveringly the charging enemy in the eye. The event is to be understood as part of a larger narrative about the salvation of the Byzantine Empire in Asia Minor. The first emperor of Nicaea is praised as harbor of salvation, and the coming of the Crusaders is condemned as Latin winter and tempest, from which the refugees had barely escaped. But God lifted Theodore from the pit of suffering and the cesspool of mud and stood his feet on stone, a clear allusion to St. Peter. This was the first statement and beginning of the salvation of the Romans, Nikephoros Grigoras remarked, his narrative having made a full circle to explain how Theodore I had come to be considered himself as a harbor of salvation for the refugees, standing on the stone where God, through the person of the emperor, re-erected the empire from rubble. The version of Nikephoros Grigoras is fuller and complete by embedding in the narrative heroic and biblical nuances for reproducing the sentiment of the Byzantines in the face of extinction. Obviously, the struggles of the empire throughout the 13th century excited the imagination of the people and the authors as well. By contrast, the Palaiologi did not have the same effect. The history of the period is marked for the systematic attempt of the contemporaries to obscure their role in the ascent of Michael VIII and their cooperation in his policy, but proof of this suggestion needs to be reserved for the published paper. Still, the early Palaiologan history is not altogether devoid of legendary elements. A curious story about a prophecy is woven into the narrative of Michael's second arrest by George Pechimeris. The story implicates the metropolitan bishops of Dyrrhachion and Thessaloniki, and the acronym Marku, analyzed as Michael Palaiologos, will soon be acclaimed emperor of the Romans. This prophecy was associated with the Old Veclas prophecy about Basil I's dynasty, invented in the late 9th century. It is difficult to explain the narrative role of this story, especially because the Metropolitan Bishop of Thessaloniki, who offered this interpretation, was not Michael's supporter in the events that followed. It is not to be excluded but that by the end of the 13th century, such stories echoed how popular Michael Palaiologos had been in the region of Thessaloniki, where he served for many years before his rise to power. Indeed, the attempted connection of the Palaiologi with the Macedonian emperors is fairly well documented. Pachymeres devoted an entire chapter to the discovery of Basil II's tomb at Evdomon. Michael VIII had the relics dressed in silks of gold transferred to camp with an honorable guard, and from there to the monastery of Sotir in Silimbria, where they were buried. Later, by order of Andronikos II, Michael VIII's remains were also transferred and buried in the same church. It is hard not to ask whether this was done by chance or whether Andronikos II meant to influence how his father would be remembered by laying him to rest next to the most illustrious emperor of Byzantium. Andronikos even buried John IV Laskaris in the monastery of St. Demetrius, patron saint of the Palaiologi, which had been renovated by Michael VIII, following the example of Leo VI, who transferred the remains of Michael III to the Church of the Holy Apostles. A century after Michael VIII's death, Philotheos of Silimbria encapsulated the legacy Michael VIII had left behind. Michael is praised as most strategical because in the beginning he excelled, having taken the lead from all the previous kings. But his beliefs, and in addition the excommunication pronounced against him by Patriarch Arsenios, effectively took away his glory and his reputation, and now he lies bloated, ogumenon. Andronikos II is also the protagonist of his own prophecy, transmitted to us in the histories of George Pachymeres and Nikiforos Grigoras. Around 1280, Andronikos led a campaign for the rebuilding of the cities of the Meander Valley. The prophecy was found on an inscription during the repairs of Tralis and mentions the renovation of the city by a powerful man who has the name of Victory, to whom it attributed many years of reign. The text of the oracle, with the exception of two phrases, is reproduced in Grigoras' history. The prophecy is clearly a fake. It mentions the Proedros, rather the bishop, Papsanias, the unruly nation, probably an allusion to the Turks, and the western cities, Polis Hesperia, that would bow to the renovator. But what betrays the fabrication is the history of Tralis. Its foundation is attributed to an Attalos who, according to Grigoras, was a refugee from Troy. If one analyzed the name Tralis, the city would be called the second Troy, he remarked. As this detail is not included in the inscription, it is rather the interpretation of the Byzantines, but it is hard to decide whether it reflects the opinion of the locals or the people of the imperial entourage. Andronikos himself, as well as his men, would have known that Tralis was a Thracian foundation, as is documented in Strabos' geography, but Grigoras admitted that the prophecy occupied the emperor and his men until his death. This then might be the reason why the text of the inscription is also known from several unrelated manuscripts. In closing this short presentation of admittedly part of the material, it is worth pointing out that the juxtaposition of the two dynasties, the Laskarids and the Palaiologi, is a Byzantine historiographical method. The sources themselves encourage us to compare the dynasties and the protagonists. This aspect aside, however, we are dealing with two separate traditions, one that was made up by the people, adding legendary tales and qualities to the characters, and another that may be emanating from the imperial circles, Laskarids and Palaiologan alike. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Let's move quickly to our second speaker, Dr. Johannes Palic, professor at the University of Mainz. His area of specialization includes Byzantium and the Crusades, Byzantium and the Islamic world, Byzantine church history, and the history of the Melkites. The title of his paper is The Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem in the 13th and early 14th centuries. Professor Palic.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation. I am sharing my screen for my PowerPoint, at least I try to. So it should work. Are you seeing my PowerPoint?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, good. So the Orthodox Church of Jerusalem profited from the Greek conquest of Jerusalem by Saladin in 1187. After the Orthodox patriarchs and some of the bishops had been previously ousted by the Latins, they returned at the beginning of the 13th century to Jerusalem and regained the leadership amongst the Christian communities of Jerusalem, as had been the case before the Crusades. The most important sanctuaries became theirs once more. At the beginning of the 13th century also, their patriarch returned to the Holy City from his exile in Constantinople after the Fourth Crusade in 1204. In general, under Ayyubid rule, conditions were fairly stable for the Christian population, and many Orthodox pilgrims from Serbia and even Russia visited the holy places. The treaty between the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II and the Ayyubid Sultan Al-Kamil, by which the Latins were able to recover Jerusalem from 1229 to 1244, did not bring about any fundamental changes either for the Orthodox Church. However, we know very little about this period in Jerusalem's history. The city was, in like manner for the Franks and for the Ayyubids, a matter of secondary importance. The Frankish nobility was occupied mostly with its struggle against the claims of the Holy Roman Emperor to incorporate the Kingdom of Jerusalem into his empire. The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem did not leave his safe residence at Acre to come to live in the then unfortified city of Jerusalem. During this period of Frankish rule, the situation of the Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem seems to have remained unchanged. At least this is what we can read in the narration of the already mentioned life of Saint Sava of Serbia, who came to the Holy Land as a pilgrim twice in 1229 and 1235. According to his life, the two Orthodox clerics ranking highest in Palestine were the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Athanasius II, and the Higumenos of the monastery of Marsaba, Nikolaus. The author of the life calls Athanasius a close friend of the Serbian saint, celebrating the divine liturgy in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre several times together and discussing liturgical questions. These conversations had a direct result insofar as, upon his return home, Saint Sava integrated a number of the Jerusalem rites into the ritual of the Serbian Church. The life of Saint Sava also describes the great lavra of Marsaba, indicating that the different congregations there were grouped according to their language, at the very least. Georgian and the Russian community are mentioned. According to his Vita, the saint visited many of the holy shrines in Jerusalem and its surroundings, donating large amounts of gold to the priests and monks serving in the shrine churches and instructing them to commemorate his parents, his brother, and himself. Apparently, the monastic life of the Orthodox Church had not yet deteriorated during the first half of the 13th century. In Saint Sava's Vita, Jerusalem is described as a timeless city inhabited exclusively by the Orthodox community under Patriarch Athanasius. No Latins or Muslims are mentioned at all. Thus, the Vita provides an example of the continuing importance of the Holy Land for the Orthodox world. Palestine remained a model for Eastern monasticism because of its old monastic tradition, and the church liturgy of Jerusalem was also very influential, as I just said. Likewise, the flow of pilgrims from Orthodox lands did not stop. Moreover, Athanasius is depicted as being interested in the affairs of the world outside Jerusalem. Upon his second visit to Jerusalem, according to the saint's life, Sava met Athanasius in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the two friends sat down in the middle of the church to talk. Athanasius asked Sava about the political situation of the world, whether peace reigned, and what was currently happening in Serbia. Furthermore, with regard to Athanasius, a collection of still unpublished Arabic sermons should be mentioned. Notes in the manuscripts attribute them to a certain Athanasius, Patriarch of Jerusalem. The sermons seem to have been translated from Greek into Arabic, as is evidenced by the transcription of Greek words in Arabic letters. Furthermore, the sermons are written in the typical style of Byzantine homiletics. In addition to references to the Bible, the author relates anecdotes of the early Byzantine emperors. Although no reference is made to any current events in any of the sermons, internal evidence points to Athanasius II as their author. And indeed, Athanasius is represented in Sava's life as a preacher. So this might have been, so to speak, a special attribute or a special, how to put it, task he was taking over. In the late 1230s, the situation in Jerusalem seems to have deteriorated. This is evidenced by a letter Athanasius wrote to the Bishop of Corfu. In it, the Patriarch laments that Jerusalem has turned into a deserted and devastated city. He writes that he must suffer alternatively from the hands of the Latins and of the Muslims. Both of the denominations were trying to occupy unfortunate Zion, and he wrote that they had exclusively material motives for their actions. Athanasius' words reflect historical reality. Jerusalem was occupied several times, the Latins and the Muslims taking turns after the treaty concluded by Emperor Frederick II had expired in 1239. Finally, in 1244, the Khwarezmians occupied Jerusalem and ravaged the city. Although Christians, Latins, and Orthodox alike sought refuge in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Khwarezmians had no regard for the sanctuary and killed all Christians, among them the Greek Orthodox Patriarch Athanasius. It is this event which meant a considerable weakening of the Orthodox Patriarchate, which may have contributed to the later rise of the Georgians in Jerusalem. We have hardly information on the history of the Greek Church in the second half of the 13th century. A few colophons in the manuscript Sabas 144 from the Library of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, a Greek Gospel dated 1019, grant us some insights into the volatile situation. This codex, which was most likely produced in the monastery of Marsaba and has remained in the Holy Land until now, contains various Greek and Arabic notes. According to a note in Arabic, the Archbishop of Caesarea consecrated the manuscript in 1281. In Greek, we read that a nun named Matrona purchased it from the booty of Acre, which clearly means that this happened after the city was taken by the Mamluks in 1291. Matrona made a gift of the manuscript to the monastery of St. Mary, called Tisk Alamana. And this is obviously St. Mary of the Germans in Jerusalem. Here you see one picture which shows you the site. And this is the church still existing and excavated in Jerusalem today. So the principal house of the Teutonic Order thus fell to the Orthodox after the Crusaders had been driven from Palestine. Under Patriarch Sophronius III, the manuscript was donated again to the monastery, now designated as Der Alamana in Arabic, which just means the same monastery, the monastery of Alamana. Another Arabic note by Patriarch Gregorius II, dating from 1322, describes the further history of the manuscript. Originally, the manuscript had been donated to St. Mary's Monastery, called Alamana. In the year of the Tartars, that is, of the Mongols, it was robbed from the monastery and then purchased back by the believers, who donated it then to the Anastasis, in whose possession it remains today. The looting by the Tatars probably refers to the incursions of the Mongols against the Christian populace, which took place during the short-lived Mongol conquest of Palestine in 1300. As also demonstrated by these colophons, the Orthodox patriarchs continued to reside in Jerusalem, and they still played a role in the Orthodox world. This is shown especially by one episode which took place during the disputes held after the Council of Lyon in 1274 within the Byzantine Church concerning the union of the Orthodox and the Latin churches. The Patriarch of Constantinople, Joseph I Galesiotis, went to Jerusalem as a leader of the anti-unionist party in order to persuade Patriarch Gregory of Jerusalem to plot against the Byzantine emperor. Later, Gregory had a treatise published attacking the doctrine of the Unius John Bacchus. So he played, let's say, put it like this, a quite prominent role in this opposition against the church union. Some more information can be gathered on Patriarch Athanasius III, who held office in the early 14th century during the rule of the Byzantine Emperor Andronikos II. At that time, the Orthodox patriarchs in the Orient, that is of Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Antioch, functioned as the primary links between the Mamluks, the new rulers in Egypt and Syria, and Byzantium. When a new patriarch was elected, it was incumbent upon the Sultan to express his approbation by issuing a certain document. According to the fixed language of these documents, the Sultan nominated the respective candidate as patriarch because the community had elected him. The new patriarch was obliged to consciously serve the believers entrusted to him and to do so in accordance with their own laws. Furthermore, it was not permitted to establish contact with foreigners, and more specifically, foreign rulers, without the knowledge of the Sultan. Every letter and all emissaries were to be promptly disclosed to the Sultan. Thus, in the eyes of the Mamluks, the patriarch was fully dependent on the Sultan, especially in his context to the Church of Constantinople and to the Byzantine Emperor. For the Byzantine Emperor, however, it was just the other way round. For him, the Oriental patriarchs were his representatives in the region who could only take office after they had been promoted by the emperor in Constantinople. This complicated situation becomes evident with the example of Athanasius III. When a certain Gabriel Brulas, a Palestinian bishop, filed a complaint against Athanasius, who just became a patriarch, filed a complaint against Athanasius before the emperor Andronikos II and the patriarch of Constantinople around 1308, an imperial commission of inquiry was sent to Jerusalem, which, presumably in a cooperation with the local synod, deposed Athanasius and elevated instead Gabriel Brulas to patriarch. Thereafter, it was now Athanasius' turn to appeal to the emperor, who annulled his envisioned decision. The situation was then obviously pending for some time, but about 1310, Athanasius was restored to his office. Later, Athanasius went to Constantinople, probably to present himself to the emperor and the patriarch of Constantinople, as was expected of him as newly reinstituted patriarch. The Church of Jerusalem was at that time clearly included in the Byzantine Imperial Church, and the emperor and the patriarch of Constantinople were actively involved in the affairs of Jerusalem. We even have a letter from the Patriarch of Constantinople, John III Glikis, sent with an imperial embassy, who inquired about the situation in Jerusalem and requests Athanasius to send regular reports about it. Since only Byzantine sources inform us about this episode, the conflict is presented as a purely Byzantine affair with no involvement of the Sultan. However, the repeatedly alluded to imperial embassies, which could not have entered the Mamluk state without the Sultan's permission, and which most likely traveled via Cairo to Jerusalem, demonstrates a prominent role of the Sultan. And we have other cases about dethroned patriarchs who then appealed against this decision, in which also the Sultan is addressed and asked to reinstate the respective candidates. However, So these embassies demonstrate the prominent role of the Sultan. Without his approval, any decision of the emperor would be without effect. Every patriarch has to be confirmed by the Sultan. Thus, a prerequisite in maintaining the close ties between Constantinople and Jerusalem was to take care that Byzantine-Mamluk relations remained stable. But this was no one-way street, since the Mamluks were interested in the prevention of any disruption to the import of military slaves from the northern Caucasus Mountains and the Black Sea region. At least to some extent, this trade was done by sea and had to pass the Bosporus. Accordingly, the Mamluks were cooperative in their dealings with Byzantium. The Mamluk Sultan at that time, An-Nasir Muhammad, supported the Melkites and the Orthodox in Jerusalem, as several archival documents from the archive of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem demonstrate. In 713 Hijra, 1313 AD, he addressed a missive, so-called Mukataba, to one of his amirs in Jerusalem, informing him that Andronikos II applied to the Sultan on behalf of the Patriarch Athanasius and asked that he should be treated well. And here on this slide, you can see the signature of Sultan An-Nasir Muhammad. This is his own signature. Although Athanasius was already reinstated in 1313, the document is evidence for the emperor's continuous involvement in the affairs of the Orthodox Church of Jerusalem. Accordingly, the Sultan ordered the Amir to take care of the Patriarch and all the monks and monasteries and churches of his community. Furthermore, he ordered that in the case that a monk died without an heir, all his possessions would pass to the Greek Patriarch. Very interestingly, this rule referred not only to members of the Orthodox Church or the Greek monks and clerics, but also to the Ethiopians, the Copts, and the Armenians. It seems that the Orthodox Patriarch was recognized as the head of all Christians in Jerusalem by the Sultan. This was certainly only possible because of the intervention of the Byzantine Emperor. To conclude, the time of the Crusades brought about a decline of the Orthodox Church of Jerusalem, insofar as before them in the 11th century, the Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem was recognized as the highest-ranking cleric in Jerusalem. With the Byzantine Empire backing him, he was the head of the Jerusalem Christian community, whom the Muslim rulers, especially the caliphs, the Fatimid caliphs in the 11th century, acknowledged without fail. However, this situation ended when the Latin Church of Jerusalem was founded and the Greek patriarchs were driven into exile. After Saladin had reconquered Jerusalem, the Greek patriarchs returned to their city. Under Ayyubid rule, they retained their position as the heads of the Christian communities, and while the Latin interregnum of 1229 to 1244 did not bring about any change, the political unrest of the second half of the 13th century seems to have also affected the Patriarchate. Andronikos II, who intervened on several occasions at the Mamluk Sultan in Cairo on behalf of the Christians of Syria and Egypt, under Andronikos, the Orthodox Church of Jerusalem seems to have enjoyed again its privileged status and was closely connected with Constantinople and the Byzantine and Orthodox world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper, Professor Palic. And we move to the next speaker, Professor Andrew Yodishki, professor at Royal Holloway at the University of London. His research interests cover the Crusades and the Latin East, cultural and religious interactions between Eastern and Western Christendom, pilgrimage, and monastic and religious life. The title of his paper, you see already on the screen, is Mediating on Death, Greek Monasteries in the Holy Land in the Mamluk period.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. Greek Orthodox monasteries, as opposed to the hierarchy, which we've just heard about from Johannes, flourished during the first 100 years of the Frankish settlement of the Holy Land and Western Syria from 1098 to 1187. Comparisons between accounts by Orthodox pilgrims from the beginning and toward the end of the 12th century, archaeological evidence, and not least the evidence of continued scribal activities in monasteries, all reveal an active monastic life, especially in Jerusalem and the Judean desert. Much of the monastic society that had been described by Cyril of Scythopolis in the 6th century not only survived the Persian and Arab conquests of the 7th century, but underwent a revival from the late 10th century onward, precipitated by the restoration of Byzantine influence in northern Syria. The arrival of the Franks and the establishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem provided stable governance over the region in which monasteries that had fallen into ruin could be rebuilt and communities restored. Many monasteries continued to flourish in the Ayyubid period, from 1187 to 1250. There's evidence of continuing scribal activity at St. Saba on the top right of your screen, and Karaton into the mid-13th century. Monasteries seem to have continued to function in and around Jerusalem, though the number of these is uncertain, and some were probably very small, perhaps even metokia rather than monasteries. But there's also some evidence of new foundations, as we've just heard from Johannes, the monastery founded at Mount Zion by Saba, and the refoundation of St. Mary's. Under the Mamluk regime from the 1250s, however, monasteries became prey to greater political instability. The 11th century Georgian monastery of Holy Cross, a mile to the west of Jerusalem, was raided and turned into a Sufi convent in the 1260s, an affair in which the hegumen was killed. But in 1305, the monastery was given back to the monks, and Western pilgrims regularly visited it in the 14th century. The monasteries of the Judean desert and the Jericho plain suffered different fates in the 14th and 15th centuries, though in all cases it was a story of decline. St. Saba, the most celebrated and enduring of the monasteries, survived the raids of 1269, but was reported by Ignatius of Smolensk in 1389 as having been much reduced in numbers. In the 1480s, the Dominican Felix Fabri found the community impoverished, but observed that the resources needed to support 20 Benedictines in the West would suffice for 100 monks of St. Saba. Karaton seems to have ceased functioning before 1300, and St. Mary Kosoba in the Wadi Kilt, that's the monastery you can see on the left of the slide, was uninhabited by 1335. St. Theodosius, near Bethlehem, was an active community in about 1360, but by 1400 lay in ruins. St. John Prodromos by the Jordan may have become a place of refuge for Karaton monks when the community collapsed, since it acquired some of its books, and it was mentioned as active in most of the pilgrimage accounts of the 14th century, although numbers again seem to have dwindled by 1384. In the same year, St. Gerasimos, also near the Jordan, was found by Italian pilgrims to be uninhabited. The monastic community on Mount Temptation, Jebel Korontul, Mount Quarantana, which was thriving in 1289, had dwindled by 1384 to just one solitary monk, described by the same Italian pilgrim as pale and very thin, his eyes set so deep in his head that he looked like death. And finally, in this very brief overview, I come to St. Euthemius. The monastery founded on the road from Jerusalem to Jericho in the early 5th century, and which enjoyed an intertwined history with the Lavra of St. Saba for many centuries, was brought to an abrupt end in 1183 when it was destroyed and the community dispersed. But the monastery had a Xenodokion in Jerusalem. This is listed, probably mistakenly, as a separate house in a document known as the Apodexis Periton Jerusalemon, which dates from the last years of the 12th or early 13th century. In 1344, however, a monastery dedicated to St. Euthemius was refounded in Jerusalem by a monk from Trebizond, Gerasimos. We know nothing about this monastery except for the testament he composed for it, which was edited from a manuscript in the Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem by Papadopoulos Karameos in 1894. And I'm going to talk about this refoundation by Gerasimos for the rest of this paper. Gerasimos' monastery probably has nothing to do with the original St. Euthemius or its Xenodochium other than the name, but presumably occupied the same site in the northeastern quarter of the city. This property passed into the possession of Anakutlu, ruler of Trebizond, who was deposed and murdered in 1342. Gerasimos, who was already a monk there, took over the management of the property, which he says had fallen into a ruinous state. After the remaining monks, also Trapezuntines, had died, he restored it with the help of a legacy from one of the monks and the assistance of the Christian community in Jerusalem. The testament is his means of passing the property on to the next generation of monks, whom he names as his successors and lists, presumably in order of age. The property is not to be assigned to anyone else, nor to pass to anyone who was not a native of Trebizond, but Gerasimos names as the administrator for the monks the superior of the monastery of Holy Cross, which, as we've seen, was a Georgian foundation. We know nothing at all about the way of life followed by the monks at St. Euthemius, but it was a very small monastery. When he first professed, he was only one of 3 monks there, and at the time that he wrote the testament, the community numbered only 5, including himself. This suggests that much of their daily life was simple, perhaps idiorhythmic. Nothing is said at all in the testament about the form of the liturgy, or about governance or discipline, or even, as in many typica, about eating in common. Probably the community was too small for such provisions to have been considered necessary. Its very small size is not atypical of later Byzantine monasticism. Of the private monastic foundations between the 12th and 15th centuries, for which typica were published in the Dumbarton Oaks monastic foundation projects, the largest community numbered only 15 monks. Nevertheless, despite its brevity, the testament of Gerasimos provides 1 or 2 significant clues for an understanding of monasticism in the Holy Land under Mamluk rule, and more generally for later Byzantine monasticism outside Constantinople. First, we should note the importance of political patronage. The first name on the witness list is John Dukas Trikas, described as logothete of the household of the Emperor of Trebizond. Provision for external protection was a feature of later Byzantine private foundations. A contemporary testament for another small monastery, the Hodiagatria at Geromeri in Epiros, dating from 1339, acknowledged the patronage of the local nobility and of John II Orsini and his wife Anna Paleologina in establishing the community, just as Gerasimos acknowledged his dependence on the Trapezuntine dynasty. It's possible that the founder of Geromeri, Nelos Erikiotes, may even have been known to Gerasimos, since he had lived for 31 years as an ascetic in the Holy Land before resettling in Greece. The testament of Gerasimos lists other prominent individuals as witnesses to the document: George Dukas Maniatis Kortikos, Arsenius, Patriarch of Jerusalem, Germanos, Bishop of Bezan, Matos, Metropolitan of Gaza, and Elias, Bishop of Bethlehem. Now, this witness list is the most problematic part of the testament, because none of these names can be corroborated from other sources. There is no record of a Patriarch of Jerusalem in 1344 by the name of Arsenius, nor of the other bishops named. That's perhaps not in itself surprising, given that our knowledge of Christian communities in Jerusalem in this period is fairly limited. More worrying is the apparent ignorance that Bethlehem was not in fact a diocese in the Orthodox hierarchy in the 14th century. On the basis of this evidence, Anthony Breyer and David Winfield cast doubt on the genuineness of the testament altogether. I think that may be going too far, and one solution may be that the date of 1344 is simply wrong, especially since it would appear to leave too little time for the restoration that Gerasimos says he undertook after the death of Ana-Anakutlu in 1342. A second point of interest concerns the arrangements for succession, which was the reason that Gerasimos drew up the document in the first place. Although he's adamant that the property should remain in the hands of someone from Trebizond, Gerasimos appears to consider himself as the successor to Ana-Anakutlu in terms of ownership, and his named successors as being eligible to consign the property to others. This disposal of property appears to conform to earlier private monastic foundations, especially those made on family estates. In naming his successors, Gerasimos was also following long-established tradition in such foundations. The testament of Nelos for the Hodeogatria at Geromany made specific disposition to name his nephew as successor. I'd also like to draw attention to the opening remarks in Gerasimos' testament, from which I've taken the title of this paper, Meditating on Death. I won't read out what's on the screen, just to draw attention to the first sentence. According to the great Basil, the definition of philosophy consists in meditating on death. This kind of preamble, setting the scene for the internal regulation of a monastic community through a meditation on death, is common in the Byzantine monastic tradition. There are too many examples to list, but I'll refer briefly to a couple of others. Nilos Erechiotes prefaced his testament for the Hodeogatria at Geromary with these words referencing Adam and Eve's fall. Instead of being immortal, we have become mortal. Instead of indestructible, destructible, like a flower of the field which blossoms today, and like the grass which springs up, such is our nature. Tomorrow it withers away and vanishes as a flower and dissipates like a shadow. And Neophytos, the founder of the enclaestra at Paphos in Cyprus, about whom we heard earlier this afternoon, uses a different image in his a preface to his testament, the arrow of death. No mortal has escaped the arrow of death, wherefore I cannot possibly escape it either. I wouldn't want to push the similarities between these preambles too far, given the prevalence of such expressions of mortality in connection with monastic regulation. Indeed, we find similar imagery in Latin monasticism across the medieval period. For example, in the 12th century foundation charter of Furness Abbey in northwest England in 1127. Nevertheless, there is a significant convergence of ideas about human mortality in Typica and testaments composed by monastic founders who wish to draw attention to their role in building up or restoring the community. Neophytos had dug out his cave cell and oratory from the cliffs outside Paphos. As he observed, apologize, I seem to have gone too far. As he observed, I too received this hermitage from the Lord God like a talent, for he offered it to me in a deserted state, and he embellished it for me as he willed. Similarly, Gerasimos makes much of the work that he did in physically restoring the monastic site after his arrival. And Nelos and his monks had to restore a vineyard as part of the monastery's property. By way of conclusion, I want to suggest there is particular resonance to the idea of physical restoration in the context of monasticism in the Holy Land. As I remarked at the start, many monasteries in the Holy Land that had suffered from neglect, natural disasters, or violence were restored in the 12th century. Some of these restorations, for example, Kosiba, St. Elias, and St. John Prodromos, are known to have been subsidized by Emperor Manuel Komnenos. Both St. John Prodromos and St. Elias were rebuilt with imperial funds after earthquakes. The restoration of St. Euthemius in Jerusalem in the 14th century can therefore be seen to fit into a long history of ebbs and flows in the fortunes of Greek monasteries in the Holy Land. In this history, we should of course include not only monasteries, but also the Anastasis Church itself, destroyed in 1009 by the Fatimid Caliph and restored partly with imperial aid in the 11th century. What is noteworthy about the rebuilding of St. Euthemius is that it took place during the Mamluk period. If the dating of the 1340s is correct, then it seems St. Euthemius underwent restoration only a few years after the Franciscans had purchased and restored a ruined property on Mount Zion in 1333 that became their conventual house and center of the Franciscan Custodia Terrae Sanctae. That purchase had been negotiated on behalf of the friars by the Queen of Naples with An-Nazir, the Mamluk Sultan. I wouldn't suggest there's any direct comparison to be made here, but it's worth noting the similarities in general circumstances. Ruined buildings already consecrated for Christian rites, financial backing from external Christian powers, and local agency in the form of professed religious. The Mamluk authorities seemed prepared to allow the revival and continuation of monastic life in Jerusalem. We have unfortunately no knowledge of the ultimate fate of the restored monastery of St. Euthemius, nor how long it lasted. Given the precarious size of the community and the absence of any other source material concerning it, the most plausible scenario is that the community died out, perhaps within a single generation. Nevertheless, the monastery of St. Euthemius stands as an example of the late flourishing of Greek monastic life in Jerusalem. Thank you.
Your microphone is muted. Your microphone is muted.
Yeah, I've finished. Thank you.
We now move to our next speaker, Dr. Ilias Gerenis, professor of Byzantine Pedia at the Ionian University. Ilias is a specialist on Byzantine history, literature, and education, focusing on the Empire of Nicaea, the Greek world in the 13th century, and Byzantine scholarship, learning, and book production. His title today, I don't see Ilias. I can't see Ilias on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Oh, here you are. His paper today is on Byzantine legacies in the Aegean, 1204 to 1261. The floor is yours.
Dear Chairman, thank you so much for the introduction. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I take part in this important colloquium, and I would like to thank the organizing committee of the event for the invitation, which is a real honor. In the next minutes, I will try to show how the Byzantine legacies were claimed and supported in the Aegean in the highly critical period after the Latin conquest of 1204, and how the so-called Empire of Nicaea from 1204 to 1261 stood as a powerful player of the area. The aftermath of 1204 saw an impressive vagueness, an intense political fragmentation, and an extensive disarray. The Byzantine territory had now been divided, and the Crusaders had been given paper land profits, which were depicted in the Partitio Terrarum Historiae Byzantinae. However, the moves by the players of the era did not follow faithfully the scripta, but were also affected by the military and political conditions which prevailed in each region or micro-region of the former Byzantine territory. The Aegean Sea came to be a highly contested area where competition, rivalry, and confrontation gradually grew. The financial and geostrategic value of many Aegean islands definitely made the stakes higher and consequently led in some cases to rivalries or fierce confrontation. Interestingly, the area had earlier been influenced to a large degree by the centrifugal motions which dominated the Byzantine Empire in the 11th and the 12th centuries. In some islands, movements of contestation had actually occurred in those centuries. But the 1204 events gave a new strength to that dimension. Despite the fact that many Aegean islands were brought under Latin domination, under Latin rule, soon after 1204, the area was not regarded as a lost one for the Empire of Nicaea. The state made its best to become a hospitable shelter for the inhabitants of the Aegean islands, who were not able to tolerate the Latin domination of their fatherland, Patris. That role of the territory of Nicaea as a shelter, in political, ecclesiastical, and cultural points of view, was central, especially in the first years of that state, that is, between 1208 to 1222. The second role, which subsequently grew, was that of a consolidated political entity, which could now try to gain control on a large part of the Aegean Sea. That role became realistic as an integral part of the grand strategy which was planned and put into action, especially during the reign of Ioannis III Dukas Vatagis, and was seen as functioning in accordance with the wide territorial expansion and the gradual naval reinforcement of the state, through which Nicaea could powerfully claim or assert the continuity of the Byzantine legacy in many Aegean islands and successfully gain it in some cases, which we will look into in brief. Let us now see those two roles through some relevant cases. The first one, which we could put it in a somewhat simplistic way as arc, was facilitated by the character of the state and by the heavy symbolical capital of both the Basileus Romaeon and the Orthodox Patriarchate in exile. But geography played its part too. The vicinity between the islands and the territory of the Empire of Nicaea and in Western Asia Minor was both relevant and helpful as an advantage in the contestation between the states, which emerged after 1204, claiming a smaller or larger part of the former ecumenical Byzantine legacy. Who moved from Latin-occupied Aegean islands to the hospitable Ark of Nicaea? Let me show you some figures and just give you some names. Chalkoudzes, Archon of Negroponte, Evripos, who moved to Nicaea sometime between 1208 and 1214. Michael Choniates from Athens,